I will be promoting Dr. Idu as the permanent secretary. You don't know what you've done. By clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very big hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is a message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show truly really that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, we will go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help do that. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I plead your indulgence on the president?
When we were meeting, she thought I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. It was between her eye and her eye. This pre-examination launch of malaria from Lagos State. Pathway to malaria pre-admission and sterilization program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
as soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can
just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to, bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300%, just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to through the Federal Mortgage Bank to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government wants to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up, and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian Omosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching.
SOUQ News.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria.
predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. To better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attack on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government's reinvestment in addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to the persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for SOUQ News.
For more than a century, Zambia has stood as a prominent figure in the mining sector, particularly renowned for its copper production, which remains a cornerstone of the nation's economy. Accounting for 3/4 of the country's export earnings, mining plays a pivotal role in Zambia's economic landscape. The focal point of this mining activity is the Copperbelt province, home to major copper mines like Lumwana and Konkola, alongside Sentinel in the northwestern province. These mines, operated by renowned international firms such as Barrick and Vendetta Resources, hold majority foreign ownership, with Zambia Consolidated Copper Mine Investment Holdings retaining minority stakes. Smaller mines in the Copperbelt region, backed by investors from countries like China, Brazil, and South Africa, contribute to Zambia's diversified mining landscape. However, the country's mining sector faces various challenges, hindering the potential growth trajectory. Fiscal policies introduced by the government, including royalty increases, the taxation policies, have negatively impacted mining profitability. Also, price volatility in global markets, infrastructural deficiencies like inadequate transportation networks, power shortages, and an uncertain regulatory environment further increases the sector's challenges. Moreover, labor disputes, safety concerns, and geopolitical risks stemming from political instability poses additional hurdles to Zambia's mining sector. To propel the nation towards its 3 million tons copper production goal, strategic measures are crucial, and these include leveraging digital technology through partnerships with AI and machine learning firms to enhance sector's efficiency and investment,
stable policy framework in order to attract and retain investment, and provision of a conducive regulatory environment. Infrastructure strengthening supported by donor funding and concessional financing can also alleviate critical constraints such as transportation and power shortages. More so, environmental conservation is vital for sustainable development. Hence, mining companies must provide government-approved environmental management plans, prioritize durable equipment, and proper waste disposal techniques to minimize environmental degradation. Giving copper's expected dominance in Zambia's exports, maintaining its position as Africa's economic hub demands a concerted effort. Israel Adeyemi, SOUQ News.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are three reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances, unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationships with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is a need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law? in case of unforeseen contingencies. Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for SOUQ News.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Rita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice reports duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960. 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business to establish BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which is at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, our younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of Bois Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, Chausseo. Bois invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020, with the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Ogu-Ogbela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, Bois Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. Bois Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as of 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, Bois Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased its direct shares in Boa Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. Boa Foods PLC and Boa Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, Boa Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Hello and welcome to Wednesday's edition of SOUQ Business Landscape, where we examine major economic developments shaping Nigeria, Africa, and the global market. I am Olumide Shokoya. Of course, I'm not the only one here. Melanin popping Sarah Wosansa is right beside me. Drum rolls.
Good morning, Olumide. It's a pleasure to be here with you this morning. Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. It's the 18th day in the month of March 2026, and you're welcome to SOUQ Business Landscape.
All right, so on SOUQ Business Landscape this morning, let me give you a teaser or some teasers. The federal government is launching a pay later program for domestic flights. That is, fly now, pay later. It's a move designed to make air travel more accessible for Nigerians as ticket prices continue to rise. We'll also look at the growing pressure of external debt servicing after over 136 billion naira was deducted from the Federation accounts in January before allocations were shared across to the government tiers. Now, in Nigeria's fast-growing digital economy, authorities are moving to strengthen regulations of cryptocurrency and digital assets, following nearly $96 billion in transactions recorded in 2025. Meanwhile, Dangote Refinery is partnering with 4 marketers to strengthen nationwide distribution and stabilize supply in the downstream petroleum sector. Maybe we would get reduction in transportation fares. We'll also examine a major fiscal policy shift as federal government ends Nigeria Customs Service 7% cost of collection deduction from the Federation revenue. Nigeria secures £746 million agreement with the United Kingdom to modernize major seaports, while global rise of Afrobeats continues to translate into economic value, with Nigerian artists earning over 60 billion naira just from Spotify streams in 2025. And in legal development, anti-corruption authorities have arraigned a visa agent over alleged UK migration fraud. All these stories and more as we examine the forces shaping the business landscape. We'll be right back.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
My name is Becky Elijah. I'm from UBA, so keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Esther Ashimi, keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Helen Otongwa. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Opeyemi Temiyemi. I am an entertainer. I am representing Egypt, as you can see. So keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Nena Okavi. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Tom Aldo. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Elizabeth from POS Services UBA. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Kelechi Agu. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter, don't pass your call. This go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Then they use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, eh? If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Ogbefi, they don't walk that road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Sunday Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Now, let me remind you that you can also like, share, and comment on our YouTube page at SOUQ News TV. Let's start off with the first story. The federal government has introduced a pay later program to make domestic air travel more accessible to Nigerians. The initiative, unveiled by the Nigeria Consumer Credit Corporation, Credit Corp, allows eligible travelers to book flight tickets immediately and repay in installments instead of paying upfront. Now, the scheme is being implemented in partnership with MyVisaro and Alert Microfinance Bank, which will provide financing support. Officials say the program targets workers, business owners, and families who need to travel urgently but lack immediate funds. Now, the move comes as airfares rise sharply due to aviation fuel costs and foreign exchange pressures. During the festive period, 2025 festive period, some one-way tickets increased by 150%, exceeding 300,000. Authorities say the program will boost mobility, tourism, and financial inclusion. Quite interesting.
Yeah.
I remember when my brother had a job to do in Abuja. He couldn't, of course, pay for flight tickets for all his working, so he had to fly, and some went by road. And you know how it is when people go travel by road. You have to fast and pray
because of the current insecurity situation.
30 minutes call and ensure that the person is picking up your calls. So that has made people not want to go by road, which is also quite sad because, road should be the safest form of traveling. But now, traveling on air, the least price, I had to, of course, talk to our sister company, that's Jolly Waka Travels, to give us some flight tickets. And it was quite interesting what she was giving us. One-way tickets from, I think, Abuja to Lagos was going to about 100 and almost 200,000, more than 200,000. And return tickets and thereabouts is around that figure. So you begin to wonder, for someone going for a business meeting, an appointment or something, is that what I'll be paying, let's say, 2 weeks, 3 weeks in a month? That's more than someone else's salary. I know for the Easterners in Lagos and some other parts of the country, they always like to go home during the festive period. That also, some of them, most of them end up traveling by road. And, we know how these roads are. Let's even remove insecurity. The roads are bad, they're rough, you encounter so many things on the road. Some people even travel by night. I've never done that before, but it's quite interesting. But looking at this scheme now, buy now or pay now or book now, rather.
Fly now, pay later.
Fly now, pay later. I know that a particular financial institution does this also, but how realistic is this, considering loan sharks, the introduction of loan sharks and what they did to Nigerians? Now, we cannot also entirely blame these loan sharks because Nigerians also were at fault at some point. People would just borrow money and abscond and not pay. So I'm looking at how viable do you think this is?
Well, first off, it's important to note that this fly now, pay later scheme is for local flights, not international flights. So that's if you're traveling, within the confines of the country. And I see this beyond aviation. I see this more about Nigeria building a, consumer credit culture, because that's one of the key things to point out here. So many questions are going to be asked.
Yes.
Who are those that have access to this? Is it every Nigerian? Would the woman that just has a small stall outside have access to this? Or are they going strictly by your credit score? That's one. Two, what is the plan for payment? If there is a default, who bears the brunt? Is it the airline? Is it the federal government? All of these things are questions that we need to understand. What is the payment structure? What is the time frame?
6 months.
6 months.
Yeah,
and 6 months. What are the measures that are put in place to ensure that people that, use this scheme do not start to abuse it? What is the purpose of this at the end of the day? What does this do for our economy at large?
For credit score, here's how it works. You have to keep borrowing and paying back to build your credit score.
Yeah.
That's why in some advanced countries, they even tell you to borrow so that you increase your credit score and you have access to higher loans. So if you borrow, let's say 10,000 naira, and your credit score is, let's say, 50, and you pay back, your credit score moves from 50 to 55. You borrow more, it moves to 60, so you get higher access to loan. But if you borrow 50,000 naira and you don't pay back, from 50, they might even drop it down to 30. So that when you now go to another institution to access their loan, they go to credit score and they check. And once they see that your credit score is low, they will not give you that. And I like there's a new initiative that the CBN has rolled out, that debtors in Nigeria would not have access to financial borrowing, financial lending or whatever. That's one of the moves that the federal government is doing to curb, credit facilities from going south. So now, just like you rightly said, who bears the brunt? That's another thing they have to also look into. But we also have to look into the credit score of Nigerians in total. Do we have good credit score?
That's a big question. Another thing to point out is this particular scheme, is backed by two major agencies. That's the MyVisaro and Alert Microfinance Bank. They are coming together to make this work. That was why I asked that question, that who bears the brunt? Is it the bank at the end of the day, the government, or the airline? And now, are there restrictions to the airlines that can give you these benefits?
Yes.
That's another question. Are they planning to partner with specific airlines only, or is accessible to every airline? Another thing that we need to, note is, with this scheme, is there a possibility? We have seen that the prices of tickets have gone up due to the fact that aviation fuel has also, the price of aviation fuel has increased. Are we looking at the possibility of tickets being increased again, considering the fact that, well, you're buying now, you're paying later? And is this actually a scheme for affordability, or is pushing it into future debt?
Quite interesting, quite tricky. Is it pushing it into future debt? Now, I think the question, this particular access, just like the report says, is for business owners, traders, and families. Now, it didn't state whether it's the middle class, upper middle class, definitely not the lower class, because like Doctor used to say, poor people don't fly, no shades. But the truth about it is if you have no business traveling, then I think you should not access this kind of loan, because it would just, first of all, damage or dent your credit score. It will give you unnecessary debt. So if you have no business flying, or better still, if what you are going to do does not really require you to fly, because whether we look at it or not, let's be realistic now. For you to fly in Nigeria, you first have to look at, what am I going to do? If it's a business
it has to
meeting,
be important.
It has to be important. Well, some people who have the luxury to fly for parties, kudos. But for those who don't, they rather take the normal either train or road. So you have to also look at that. So for most Nigerians, you have to also examine that, do I really need to fly? How much is the ticket price? And like you rightly said, for how long? So let's say, for instance, a ticket of like 200,000 naira spread in 6 months. That means you'll be paying roughly 30,000 to 40,000 naira.
And there are even higher chances that airlines will increase their fares because credit is now available. So if initially you would book a flight to Abuja for, let's say, 180,000 one-way ticket, now that there's credit, it can be increased. There's a possibility of them reviewing that price, considering the fact that you have a payment plan now, 6 months. So even if they increase it to 250,000 naira or 280,000 naira, there's a time frame to pay that money. I'm still indifferent about how this is more on the good side than on the positive side than on the negative side, and also to ensure that we don't put ourselves in more problems with
And how
this.
many airlines will be willing to come on
Yes.
board?
Is there a strategy to get these airlines on board? Or is it that once you are an airline operating within the confines, the geographical zone of Nigeria, you are automatically under obligation to follow this scheme? All of these things are questions that we need to have a discussion with, somebody in that body, give us more insight so that we properly understand how this scheme is set to run.
But if you look at it, figures from Jolly Waka Travel says Abuja to Lagos, one-way business class, is about 253,000. Lagos to Abuja, a return ticket, economy, is about 225,500 naira. While Abuja to Kano, that's a return ticket, is 201,500. It's not quite cheap. But, you know, if you look at these figures, it's almost the same price with you traveling from here to Ghana.
That has also increased though. With the whole aviation fuel situation, that has also been.
But people have also asked that why is it that now let's talk about international flight. From Nigeria to US is a figure. But if you go to other countries and travel from there to that same destination, it's cheaper. And people wonder, so what is it actually? Is it that we need to bring more airlines in? What about having our own national carrier?
Well, I wouldn't say it is. I wouldn't categorically say it is cheaper over this. Somehow, too, it's also the currency. You know, how do I explain it? When we see the rate over there, we feel like, oh, this is cheaper compared to where we're coming from. But by the time you calculate it, you find out that it's almost the same thing. I have had the opportunity to, you know, travel, and I knew how much it cost me, you know, getting a ticket from Lagos to the United Kingdom. And then from there, I had to make another trip. And I found out that the rate was almost the same thing going from UK to Germany. And eventually, we had to just find an alternative route, go by train and all of that. So sometimes these things it's not like, oh, it's just cheaper over there. It's just when we are converting it, because of how the Naira is floating and all of that, it sometimes comes off that way.
So do you think we should be looking at reducing ticket fares or this particular initiative?
like I said, with this scheme that has come on board, I'm seeing the possibility of ticket fares actually going up, considering the fact that now they'll say credit is available.
So it has to do with regulation. It has to be properly regulated.
So I think that there have to be structures, proper structures. Now, are we now looking at the possibility of all airlines coming together? So let's say airline A, under this scheme, Lagos to Abuja is 200,000. Is that the fixed rate, or we go to airline B and airline B is taking it for 250 and airline C is taking it for 180, so that we can avoid all of these discrepancies here and there? I think there should be some sort of regulation and a conversation and an understanding, so that we know, okay, whether I'm going with airline A or airline D, once I'm going under this fly now, pay later scheme, this is the amount, regardless of the airline we're traveling with.
Quite interesting what this initiative might open up. It might open up new opportunities. It might also open up some other thing that we never thought we could find ourselves in. But proper regulations is what we would recommend at this point. If it's well regulated, yes, people would have access to fly to certain places and make certain trips that they couldn't make because of lack of funds or immediate cash at that point. Let's move on to the next story. External debt obligations consumed 136.54 billion naira from revenues generated by the Federation in January 2026, according to documents from the Federation Allocation Committee. Now, this amount was deducted from the gross revenue before distribution, reducing the net allocation shared among the federal, state, and local governments in February 2026. Now, the development highlights continued pressure of debt servicing on public finances, as a significant portion of revenue is used to meet external obligations before funds are allocated for governance and development priorities. Quite interesting, debt financing. We go and borrow debt, and of course, you have to pay some interest on that debt, not even the actual amount. So this is what this story is actually talking about. And yes, they say countries borrow. Countries need money to build infrastructure, move the economy, pay expenditures, running costs, and every other thing. Ministries need to function properly. So when we do our budget, we project that this is how much we need for 2027, for instance. This is how much revenue we're going to generate. This is where we're going to generate it from oil, from non-export, okay, but this is how much we have at this point. So this is how much we need to borrow at this point. And this is how much we're going to pay back, and this is how much we're expected to, So all that is good. It keeps the economy moving. But when it becomes a recurring debt, it becomes a whole lot. So now, if you look at what our debt is right now, I do not even want to mention the figure because we don't even want to go in that.
Well, it's here that we are in heavy debt.
Trillions, yes.
And so far, 136.54 billion naira is deducted upfront before the FAAC sharing. So if that money is already deducted, we already know the amount of huge debt that we are in. And one angle to look at this from, like it's noted here, that Nigeria is operating under a top slice economy. Debt is paid first, governance comes second.
Of course.
What is that doing to our economy?
Well, it's quite interesting. We are aiming for a $1 trillion economy as projected by this current administration. And to get there, we need to ramp up production, local production. We need to add value chain to what we export, not just export. That was what brought by the 30% value addition to whatever we're exporting. So, but how much are we exporting? What are we exporting? There's been a ban on certain exports for now, because that particular thing, we need to add some form of value. We brought in buy now, pay later. I think we need to go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the program.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep it for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizens. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. We're looking at debt servicing, and it's quite interesting how much how much goes out of our revenue before it's been allocated to other states and federal government and all that. So as I was saying, countries borrow. I mean, if you look at what US is borrowing, or if you just look at US defense budgets, the whole of Africa's total budget, and what they are owing, I mean, I don't know how many years it will take us to pay. But we need money, yes. Even if you look at the power sector, it's been said that we need millions of dollars to revive the power sector.
Is there any sector that we don't need millions to revive right now?
But the problem now is accountability. Transparency. Because we borrow so much and people begin to wonder, what are these monies for? How are we using it? Before this administration came in, a lot of experts advised that it operates a lean government.
Yeah.
Ministries were created, so many things were created. Some were merged, new things came up, and we started hearing some people acquiring bulletproof cars. We started hearing a particular residence was renovated, and all these figures started coming up, and people started adding 1 and 2 together. But nevertheless, we are seeing some dividends of it. We're seeing the coastal highway. We're seeing the blue line, the red line. We're seeing a whole lot of things come up into the fore, and we're seeing that, okay, this is what and what. And now federal government had even taken a step further that, okay, we will not go outside and borrow. We will borrow from the people. Thereby, they brought out the bonds and all that so that they can actually borrow from the people. You can invest, which is the surest way. And these bonds, once they come out like this, people rush them. So it's a good thing.
I think that it's safe to say literally every economy or every climb or every country, let me not use the word every, most, borrow to run the economy. Now, I don't think the problem is about the borrowing. I think it's the monies that are being borrowed, are they actually utilized for that purpose? Are we borrowing to grow, or we are borrowing to just survive? That's a question that, we need to keep asking. So if we are borrowing millions of dollars, trillions of naira, and the intention is to channel that money to boost a particular sector, then it should be used adequately for that. There should be, like you mentioned, transparency. Whatever it is that needs to be done in that sector needs to be properly highlighted. People should be able, we should be able to hold certain people accountable if we do not see results in that sector. And I would like to ask Olumide, at what point, considering us as a nation the way we are now, at what point will you say our debt servicing is no longer sustainable?
Well, until the oil in our underground dries up and we don't have anything to export, maybe I can say then it's no longer sustainable because, of course, we always project what we're going to sell per barrel. I think we projected $65, and right now it has gone above that. So yes, we are still in good. We're still looking good. Of course, then again, if you look at the removal of subsidy, it has saved us trillions of naira, even though we don't know how far that is. We don't know the right figure, how much it has actually saved. And when we say it has saved us money, it doesn't mean that there's money in existence. It just means that money that would have been spent for fuel subsidy is no more spent on fuel subsidy. It's channeled to other things. So now, this particular budget right now, the 2026 budget is supposed to start April. We're still trying to finish up what we had from 2025. Then by April, we start with 2026. And the good thing about it is, well, it's not a good thing. Nobody prays for war. But with what is happening in Iran, it has made the price of oil go up, which is good for us because we'll be able to sell more and have more.
But is it really translating to that for us right now?
Yes, it's not translating simply because we don't have oil reserve. Japan had to open up its oil reserves for 45 days. That's more than a month. 80,000 barrels. This is Japan. They have it in reserve. Now, talk less of us that is blessed with so much oil. We should have reserve. Depending on Dangote should not even be. We should not even be talking about Dangote. We should not be saying, oh, thank God for Dangote. That is even wrong. Because Dangote, whether you like it or not, is a private business. And he would always want to secure his business and make profit. So that was why when he increased the price of fuel, Nigerians started saying, oh, Dangote that we thought was going to save us. No. Dangote is also sourcing for oil outside Nigeria because NNPC cannot give him all what he needs. And let's not forget that Dangote is also planning to increase production to 2 million barrels. So until we have more refiners, oil refiners, until we have oil reserves, until we start local production, local industrialization, we start to export finished goods. For instance, we start to export chocolate, fabrics. Until we get to that level, we might not stop borrowing. And one of the things I like about former President Olusegun Obasanjo, during his tenure, he went round to cancel all our debt. And that was why he was a bit annoyed when the other administration came in and, debt just went high and all that. We need to also get to a level whereby for every administration, before you leave, either you settle your debt or you account for every debt.
I really want to see how that will work out. But at this point, I would say Nigeria should consider restructuring its external debt right now. It's one of the things that we need to
it's a good thing we're not borrowing outside anymore. We're borrowing from the country. But there are also fears. Because when you borrow from the country...
If you keep taking from a particular source and you are not refilling that source back, eventually that source dries up. If you keep taking from it and as you're taking, you're not putting something back, eventually it will dry up and there'll be nothing to take from it.
Yeah, that is why they also need to invest in infrastructure that would generate
revenue.
Income. For instance, the rail service. Once we get more rails, we have rails running into states, across all states, it will generate, because we saw figures from the Railway Corporation, what they generate. It's not that bad, but we can do better. We've seen the blue line, the red line. The green is also coming very soon in Lagos, and that's just Lagos. And that's why I say, what are all these governors discussing when they come up when they go for their forum? Why can't other states replicate what is going on in Lagos? It shouldn't be just Lagos. Transportation should be cheap, very cheap and accessible. Train stations still work in the United States, in London, in virtually all the
most of these places, even
we
if
have
you need
underground trains.
Travel to another city or another part of the country, you go by train. It is so accessible. You just book it online and go and you arrive at your destination.
Well, we will just continue to hope that we try to tame our debt. Now, imagine if we didn't have to pay all this and it goes back into the state governments and local government. Imagine that will be increase in allocation for them. Let's move on to the next story. Nigeria is moving to strengthen regulatory oversight of cryptocurrency and digital asset following rapid growth in the sector. According to Emomotimi Agama, speaking at a stakeholder session organized by the Federal Ministry of Finance in Abuja, Agama revealed that about $96 billion in cryptocurrency and virtual asset transactions were recorded in 2025. Now, he said the scale of activity highlights the urgent need for stronger regulations to protect investors, ensure transparency, and build confidence in digital asset market. Regulators say enhanced oversight will help address risk associated with the fast-growing sector while supporting innovation and financial stability within Nigeria's evolving digital economy. You know, it's so sad that we were the last to jump on cryptocurrency, because when it came on, the past administration did not take it, you know, with open arms. I remember when it was Bitcoin and the rest of them was declared illegal, and security officers, you know, were using that as an opportunity to stop youths and check their phones to see whether they have any cryptocurrency app and whatnot. I also remember the case with the Binance representative who was arrested. At a point, they said he escaped. At a point, you know, the case was resolved and all that. You know, and you know, America was already moving forward. Now America has announced that it's using it to trade. I'm looking for a day where we will start to use these digital assets to trade. We also have a virtual asset. We have, I'm trying to remember that, we have our own local virtual asset. Now, how far it has gone, how well we're pushing that, it's another topic for another day.
Well, I think that we're getting to that point gradually. Why is this important? Let's talk fact. Let's talk fact. Nigeria is one of the largest crypto markets globally. Regulation of this sector could bring investor protection and tax revenue. That's something to look out for. And it could also stifle innovation if it is too strict. These are key points. So the fact that Nigeria has come on the record as one of the largest crypto markets globally is something that we need to tap into right now. So looking into oversight of digital assets, I think that's a good way to go. But we need to ask ourselves certain questions. Can Nigeria actually regulate crypto without killing innovation? That's a big question that we need to be able to answer. And if we're able to answer that, I think we're already in this, taking a step towards the right direction.
I think that was what happened with the fracas with the Binance representatives and all that. I think we were trying to look for a collaboration. Now, for this to actually work, they need to be some of these cryptocurrencies or owners or managers rather need to have some form of headquarter in Nigeria, just like when we talk about social media, we have what do you call it, Facebook and the rest of it, although they later went to Ghana and all that. But we need to have some of their headquarters in Nigeria. That is how we can start to regulate. We need to have some form of collaboration with the federal government. It's not just about taxing them, because that's one of the top priorities. That shouldn't be a top priority for Nigeria right now. Taxing them is not should be. It should be how it can be accepted. It can go into the market, because the more acceptance, the more it is able to generate more income, more taxes for the federal government. So how can we do that? Is to ensure that there's some form of regulation, there's some form of monitoring. Because why the government is also skeptical about this, I must also say, is because cryptocurrency is one of the means of money laundering. So that is why the government is sometimes skeptical about this, because once your money goes into cryptocurrency, it's hard to trace. That's how it is. So people use that as a way of laundering money, stealing money, hiding money. So until we come up with a mechanism, which has to also do with the Nigerian Revenue Service, they have a way of monitoring cash flows. I don't know for cryptocurrency how that would work, but they have a way of monitoring cash flows in financial institutions. So until we have some sort of collaboration, and for that to work, headquarters, we must have Binance headquarters and some other asset headquarters in Nigeria collaborating with agencies.
Right. Very, very true. You know, when we're talking about taxation, I needed to confirm if at the moment crypto payments are being taxed. And as of 2026, which is this year, there is digital assets are subject to a 10% capital gains tax, while crypto that is received as income, that is payment for services, is taxed under the personal income tax. That means a 7.5% value-added tax applies to transaction on exchanges. What does this do to, strengthening that sector? Because taxation, if not properly managed, is one of the things that also, I don't want to say kill, but you understand what I'm talking about. And then how do we build trust between these regulators and young investors? Because most of the people that are venturing into this are actually young investors. So between the regulators and the young investors, what are some of the strategies that can be adopted to build trust between them?
I think we need to also have some form of digital education. There's a lacuna in digital literacy, both from our side and even from the youth, because a lot of youths don't really understand this thing called cryptocurrency, and they venture into it, and by the time they lose money, they come out crying. But they also have to understand how this thing works and all that. So we need to also look at how it works. When I talk about financial and digital literacy, we need to understand, because sometimes when we don't understand certain things, we just read of it, we try and discard it as this thing cannot work. But until we understand how it works, which means there needs to be some form of awareness, education, sensitization of what digital cryptocurrency is, how it works, how it moves. There needs to be understanding that some days it goes up. Just like oil, it is also affected. Global tensions, there are certain factors that can affect cryptocurrency. Just like when the US-Israel-Iran war started, it affected cryptocurrency. So people need to understand that there are some certain factors that can also affect this cryptocurrency. When it goes up, it goes up. When it comes down, be prepared.
Right, very true.
Yes. So let's move on to the next story. The Dangote Petroleum Refinery has partnered with major fuel marketers to safeguard nationwide supply and reduce risk linked to single-source system, according to the Major Energies Market Association of Nigeria. Now, speaking during MEMN webinar, Chairman Herb Stockman said the arrangement is designed to improve supply efficiency and address concerns around concentration risk in Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector. Now, he noted that collaboration between refinery and marketers would help ensure more stable distribution across the country, strengthen resilience in supply chain, and support a more competitive fuel market. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll take this story. Stay tuned.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Take Nigeria, because it's the
needs to first of all be rebranded.
I mean, Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back to SOUQ Business Landscape. Now, the federal government, through the Federation Account Allocation Committee, of course, has... All right, yeah, we were discussing about the Dangote before we get to this particular story. So now, Dangote is actually partnering with refinery, with marketers, you know, to strengthen nationwide fuel distribution. Dangote has actually done a whole lot. Before now, he went and bought 40,000 trucks. When the petroleum marketers were, you know, giving him a tough time and all that, when he had that issue with truck drivers, you know, he has done a whole lot. He partnered with MRS and some other filling stations to sell fuel at a cheaper price. He even went further to state that if MRS is selling fuel above the price, which has been stated, you should report that. He bought 40,000 trucks to make sure that fuel distribution is not hindered. Now he's partnering with marketers to strengthen fuel distribution nationwide. So I'm looking at how this is what is going on right now.
Well, a few key concerns to note here. The first one is pricing transparency. If this comes to fore, how are we going to manage that aspect? The second thing is monopoly fears despite partnerships, which is something that you and I know is a major concern. And the third thing is logistics and distribution bottlenecks. There are going to be bottlenecks in terms of distribution and logistics. How can it be managed? The partnership with marketers is a good one in a move to decentralize, you know, fuel distribution across the country and what have you. But how are we going to manage these key concerns?
I think it speaks to integrity.
Okay.
It speaks to integrity. The fact that Dangote is now partnering with marketers is a good one because at a point not for some reasons, because of what he went through, he became an island of himself. He had to...
So what he went through?
Yes. He went through Hell's Kitchen and licked the pot clean. So because of what he went through, he had to lay down some mechanisms, create some form of policy to ensure that people do not put spanners in his work. But him now saying that, okay, because of what is happening right now, let me partner with marketers. It speaks to the integrity of those marketers. So are they now going to get that fuel, go back to the stations or distribute it to the stations? The stations, are they going to sell it at a not regulated price, but at a stipulated or agreed price? Or are they going to, because of their own personal greed, hoard or start selling it at their own price? It is something that they need to sit down and finalize, because Dangote can also force these marketers. Once you buy fuel from Dangote, it becomes yours. Now, whatever I decide to sell, it depends on my own cost. I have to factor in so many things, logistics, like you said, and the rest of it. Now, for logistics, I think Dangote took care of that when he bought 40,000 trucks. Now, for the marketers...
Does that suffice?
It might not suffice. So, it might not, but he has actually done something, 40,000 trucks.
Of course, and eventually, if these key concerns that I highlighted are being properly managed, I think this is a move in the right direction because it reduces the risk of single source dependency because at that point, other marketers, you know, would be able to distribute fuel nationwide. It could also stabilize fuel availability. This morning, on my way to the office, I still found out that there are some fuel stations that are not open. Some of them have fuel, but they are hoarding it.
Yes.
Some of them don't. So with a move like this, it will help to, you know, have some sort of stability in that aspect. There will be fuel nationwide. So I am just of the opinion that while this is a good move, the bottlenecks and the major concerns around it should be properly addressed before we fully, launch into this?
Well, fuel distribution would only just take care of fuel availability. It won't take care of pricing, reduction.
Of course.
It won't take care of that.
Of course.
There's a war going on. It's a real, when I mean war, there's a war in the oil sector. Even Dangote himself said it, that if he had known, he would not have ventured into these murky waters. But here he is, and he's still moving forward. So it's a whole lot. He's trying to sell fuel at a particular price. Marketers are also trying to sell fuel at a particular price. Let's not make mistake. Both of them, whether it's Dangote or the marketers, they're all trying to make profit. It just depends on how much profit. It's a business. It just depends on how much profit they are willing to make. So, like I said earlier on, once these marketers get this fuel from Dangote's refinery, it's no longer his prerogative to dictate pricing. So, it now depends on what these marketers want to do. But until we have a fair competition of refiners, not just Dangote alone. You mentioned monopoly. Mm-hmm. Dangote has always been accused of that. But let's look at it. It's just him. Who else? Who's going to challenge him? For now, no one.
But let's now chip in NNPC into all of this. What role do you think NNPC would play moving forward if
problems of
the partnership with between Dangote and marketers via the Meman body comes to fore?
I think NNPC should focus on upstream. NNPC should focus on how we can get more people to drill more oil so that we have more oil to supply. I think NNPC should try as much as possible. So a lot of people have said that NNPC should sell their assets, the Port Harcourt and modern modular refineries. NNPC is riddled in debt that the federal government just tried to settle and all that. NNPC has a whole lot of problems. And I think they should just focus on regulatory oversight for now. They should not venture into murky waters because they have tried. Even the refineries in Port Harcourt, you would ask the question, when were these machines, equipment, when were they bought? Were they bought in the 80s? And equipment bought in the 80s, do you expect it to fully function? Right. So what are we servicing? Are we servicing old equipment, old and outdated equipment? I think that's why a lot of people are saying, let's sell their assets or let's bring in the private sector. So NNPC right now, let them just focus on the upstream. Try and get as much as possible. Those that have been given license to drill, ensure that they drill. Ensure you can even have partnership. Give some of these refineries some sort of partnership. Okay, we will give you this license. You are going to drill. This is how much barrels you're going to get. This is how much barrel you're going to give back to us. Right. They could have some form of that. States could collaborate. I've been saying the states could partner. If one state cannot get a refinery up and running, two states could partner. Or they could do PPP. That's why we have PPP. Partner with some of these private sectors and bring in some refinery. Now imagine, even if it's just the local community or the state that you are servicing, that you are feeding, it will reduce the pressure. So until we have more Dangotes, I know we have some other people still coming up. We hope that it will come up as soon as possible. The federal government is also trying to probably revive some modular refineries. We hope that would also come into. But until we have that, we would still be at the mercy of what is happening outside Nigeria.
Right, but it's safe to say that Nigeria is transitioning from import dependence to domestic refining. It's just a transitioning phase, and like you mentioned, I'm sincerely hopeful that this partnership will bring an end to the fuel scarcity cycles that we notice and that we have to experience time and again, and hopefully there will be some sort of price regulation with this. At the end of the day, it's all for the benefit of every Nigerian. So we can only, hope that all of these things are properly managed so we can see the benefit in it.
All right, so let's move on to the next story. Now, the federal government, through the Federation Account Allocation Committee, has discontinued the long-standing 7% cost of collection deduction previously retained by the Nigerian Customs Service from the Federation account revenues. The move effectively removes the Customs Service from direct allocations tied to shared federal earnings, marking a significant shift in how revenue collection is structured, within the country's fiscal framework. Now, analysis of the FAAC report for February 2026 covering revenue generated in January confirmed that the agency no longer receives 7% deduction, signaling a policy change aimed at improving transparency, centralizing revenue distribution. This is quite interesting. It's also in line with the order, I'm trying to remember that order, the executive order that NNPC was given, and I beg your pardon, NNDPRA was given, that all revenue should be directed to the Federation account. So I think this is in line with that. It will also ensure transparency in that, so that whatever revenue, whatever we are making, it goes straight into the Federation account. So we have to now worry about how these larges are being distributed, how they are being spent, and all that. So it's quite a good move. What do you think?
Right. Like you've rightly said, more money will get to flow into the Federation account. It helps to improve transparency and control. But the key question here is, will customs performance drop with this new development?
It should
what
not
do you
drop.
think?
It should not drop, because
Why
if
do
it
you
drops,
say so?
then it's be giving room for, I don't want to mention that word, corruption.
Because this is like,
it would beam a light.
It was like a direct incentive, and now taking that away.
It should not. I mean, you get paid your salary to work. That's why you're paid to work. You receive salaries, you receive some other allowances, and all that benefits.
How about bureaucratic delays that this could cause? I'm just highlighting some of the key things that might come up from this particular development. We might see more risk of bureaucratic delays.
Well, let's see how this goes. But I think this is a good move when we're talking, if we're speaking about transparency. This is the right way to go. Let's now see. Maybe the 7% might open our eyes to see that, oh, this is how much the so-called 7% they have been retaining. But let's see how this goes. It's just transparency.
It's part of the measures to ensure a tighter fiscal policy and proper revenue accountability. So I think that we would see the best of it.
All right, the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, has unveiled a £746 million financing agreement with the United States to modernize Nigeria's seaport infrastructure and boost global competitiveness, according to a statement by Special Advisor Bolaji Akinola. Now, the deal, backed by United Kingdom Export Finance, will fund major upgrades of the Lagos Port Complex, Apapa, and the Tinkan Island Port Complex. Officials say the project will transform Nigeria's key maritime gateways, improve efficiency, and strengthen the country's position in global trade and enhancing port capacity and operations. This is quite good, 746 million.
At least we'll see some sort of reduction in port congestion.
But the problem now is, which has been a long-standing problem, it's not even about that. It's about what are we exporting. Now, it's been said that ships come loaded when they are coming to our ports, but go almost empty leaving our port. So that is...
They come with goods, but they don't have what to export and take out.
So that is where we also now need to focus. How can we ensure that when these ships are coming, how many ships, when these ships are coming, they don't go empty-handed. It's a good initiative. I like this. This is the first time hearing from the marine and blue economy, even though I've been critical about that sector. It's like they've done little to nothing for a while now. But this direction is good. We hope that it will revive the blue economy. It will revive a whole lot of things. We will see a lot of activities around our seaports. But the thing now is, how do we now get manufacturers?
How do we, we're looking at £746 million. What guarantees does Nigeria have to ensure that this money will not be mismanaged, to ensure accountability, to ensure transparency? Because if we're going by previous, strategies or previous upgrade systems similar to this, it's safe to say we have not gotten the result. So what exactly is going to make this one different?
Yeah, accountability. We will keep calling for accountability. That's why.
How long are we going to call for accountability without seeing? You know, sometimes things happen and we don't even have someone to hold responsible, hold accountable for it. I think when someone starts taking the fall for certain things, maybe it will help us.
Well, since we're partnering with the United Kingdom, they are very prudent. They are very to the T, if I might say, when it comes to how money is being spent. And I'm sure they would definitely want to see how every single penny is being utilized, because if it's not well utilized, they might not want to give us any other thing anymore. So this partnership, this thing is very good. This initiative is just good. We just need to ensure that we have more activities going on around the port. What can we export? How can we export it? What's the time frame? That's another thing. Then also logistics to the port. If, for instance, I want to transport something from the north, how well, how fast, how reliable can I transport it? That is why we need to fix our rails. Imagine if we had rail running directly to the port, so I can send stuffs and monitor it and say, okay, in the next maybe a day or 24 hours, it will get to the port. And from the time it gets to the port and the time it leaves, we need to also reduce the time frame. So all that is something I know that I think what you guys looking into is considering, is trying to see how we can, because at the end of the day, the goal is revenue generation, generate revenue for the economy.
Yeah, but this is a financing agreement between Nigeria and the UK, and is it safe to call it a loan? Considering our current rising debt level, is this sustainable at this point in time?
It's sustainable if all goes well, meaning if we're able to revive this port, business activities go on in there. So tax, custom duties, and every other thing are generated into revenue. And we are able to pay back the debt. So the more business activities we have around this port is what is going to determine if this loan or whatever it is will be paid back.
I personally just think that many of these things that we have discussed in terms of financing, getting one loan to sort a particular sector, if we can properly manage and deal with the issue of accountability, transparency, and taking out bottlenecks, we will be able to see it will yield the result. Yes. So those are the major challenges for us right now: accountability, credibility, bottlenecks that we might meet along the way.
You know, for accountability, bottlenecks, and transparency, that is why e-governance is encouraged. Until we start to digitize some of these ministries, departments, agencies, these sectors, until we start to go digital, there will still be a lot of leakages.
Are we ready as a country to
Yes,
fully
we are
go
ready.
digital?
We are ready. I mean, the way we consume innovation, the way we consume tech in this country is alarming. Any gadget comes to Nigeria, the rate at which phones are being sold in Nigeria and other gadgets, the rate at which we are on social media, the rate we have, tech experts in Nigeria, upcoming tech experts, the way the tech sector is booming, we are ready for that. Some agencies have already transitioned into e-governance. Take, for instance, immigration. Now you can apply for your passport online. Beautiful. So we just need...
But it's not a total... That sector has not done a total transitioning.
Yes.
We can still
Baby
say
steps.
it's still partial in certain areas. There are some that have not gone digital in that same sector.
So I think for this particular, like the seaports now, we need to go digital. Let's have CCTV cameras. Let's have scanners. Let's have a cashless transaction system.
We know what that cashless transaction system, when it was introduced by the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, well, it's being managed,
yes.
Even though it did not have a successful rollout and implementation. So if we're looking at cashless, like you mentioned, there should be sensitization first.
True.
Adequate sensitization and structures need to be put in place to ensure that we're ready to launch.
Otherwise, we bring in artificial intelligence.
It's thriving now, so...
Yes, it is, but people are saying it might take away jobs, but it won't take away jobs. Let's move on to the next story.
You think so?
Quite interesting one. Nigerian artists generated more than 60 billion naira in revenue from music streaming on Spotify in 2025, highlighting the global rise of the country's music industry. The figures were revealed in the platform's latest Loud and Clear annual report released in Lagos, which tracks earnings and growth trends among artists on the streaming service. Spotify noted that payouts to Nigerian artists have increased significantly, reflecting expanding international appeal of Afrobeat and other local genres. Now, the growth underscores how digital platforms are driving revenue and visibility for Nigerian musicians as global audiences continue to embrace the country's sound. You know, this is one of the areas where Nigeria has excelled, apart from sports.
Nigeria is a global music powerhouse.
Yes, and to see that, you know, we're doing well, okay, even though we can do more, because Africa combined, to streaming numbers, Africa combined is just one particular country's streaming numbers.
This also highlights that digital platforms are also key revenue drivers.
Yes.
If we're able to properly utilize digital platforms. 60 billion naira, that's a lot of money we're looking at there, just from a particular streaming platform. Just in 1 year.
Yes, just in 1 year, but Spotify is not Nigerian owned. So I'm looking at why don't we have our own local streaming service so the money comes back to us. It's another innovation that I think should be in the pipelines. I mean, someone should be thinking towards that, you know, part, that let's have our own streaming service.
Well, I think we need to actually find out if we do not have one at all. I'm going to get right into it to find out if we actually do not have any at all.
But even if we the acceptance also comes in, because whether you like it or not, why Spotify is the most sought after is because, yes, they pay in dollars. I know we have Spotify, we have Apple, and some other ones like that, streaming services. And there's a certain amount you get. Now, it depends on the amount of people who stream that music. I think it starts with about 10,000 to 100,000.
And the hours, the listening hours.
The listening hours, 10,000, a million. If you have 1 million people streaming your song, then there's a certain percentage, a certain amount that goes, you know, that's been calculated. So at the end of the year, the check goes to you. It goes to every other person that has been listed for that particular song. And it's good. 60 billion naira. It's something that we are proud of. What do you think?
It's something that has, I would say it's encouraging, knowing that we can get such money in the space of 1 year. And I would say that that's a call for us to, you know, look into these aspects, pay attention to this, and see that digital platform is also a key driving source of revenue. And we need to channel more energy into that platform so that we can explore other options. It's not only via Spotify.
Yes, apart from Spotify, we also have YouTube and movie producers. When you look at the movie industry,
we have streaming platforms for movies, series. There are also ways to get revenue digitally.
Yes, and it's quite interesting that these artists are representing us in all over the country. I mean, Afrobeat has taken a step. It's accepted globally. You see it even in foreign films. You see a lot of collaborations that we never thought would happen, but it's happening, all because of this particular genre of music. And it's also good to see that we are also getting, you know, some form of return.
Right.
But let's also look at royalties. I know a lot of people have always complained about royalties. Yes, in Nigeria, we have the COSN, the Copyrights Association of Nigeria. They are in charge of getting royalties for Nigeria. How many artists are subscribed to this? On Instagram, I see their posts on Instagram. They're always telling people to come and register. I think Nigerians should also, you know, look into that. It's our own. Let's support our own.
Right.
We say buy Nigeria or patronize Nigeria first.
Well, and then I also think it is time for government to do a lot more in terms of investment in the creative industry.
Okay.
Let them see this as an avenue to channel more energy to make that industry more sustainable, make it more thriving for people within that sector, and understand that that sector, if properly, if given the proper materials and all the investment that they require, it would actually give us a result that we did not, you know, envisage over the years.
Yes, and lastly, one of the things I would like to also look at, in as much as we are saying 60 billion, how many artists are actually sharing this national cake?
Are artists even truly earning fairly on streaming platforms? Because you see some artists come out to say, oh, by the time the music is released and they have the numbers, the percentage that the streaming platform will take out, the record label, and what have you, at the end of the day, they would cry foul and say they have little to nothing. So are artists actually earning fairly from streaming platforms? What are the ways that can ensure, or that we can put in place to ensure that artists are also being given some sort of fair remuneration when they get these numbers for this on the streaming platforms?
Talking about fair remuneration, it has to do with whatever you signed. You have to, that's why they say before you sign any document, get a lawyer. So some of these artists, what they do is, once they are being given a particular contract, they just go ahead and sign.
Well, I think that has even changed. Most of them now, at the age and time we're in, most of them do not even put pen to paper without having legal counsel and a proper understanding of the document, the contract, what it entails, because a lot of them have been cheated, quote and unquote, over the years.
Secondly, now, if for those who are signed under a label, now once you're signed under a label, all copyrights being produced belongs to that label. So that means that if your song is on Spotify, it belongs to the label, not you.
I think that's also in the agreement you signed.
Yes, that's part of the, yes, that is standard agreement, because there's a kind of unwritten law, whoever pays for the production of that song owns that song, which is your record label. So if they paid for that particular thing, and once you sign under a label for a particular year, whatever is being produced that year is them, it's their copyright. So what they go and do is they register that song under their label. You might be the artist. You might be named under the label. But it's under the label. So when that money comes, it goes directly into the record label's account. And they now start, before they even talk about percentage or sharing, they take out all expenditures. They bought you a house, they bought you a car, they've been feeding you, they gave you an upfront. Everything is being calculated and deducted first. So whatever is left, they now, if it's 60-40, God help you. If it's 70-30, then you get your 30. So that is why. So now, that is why a whole lot of artists are now going independent. That's why we have indie artists now. So they register their songs directly on the streaming platforms and get 100% payback. So for those who are independent artists, but then again, like I said, there's a certain threshold that you must get to before you can start getting actual money. If not, you just be getting $10 at the end of the year. Wow. Because it's
$10 at the end of the year.
Yes, because you have to get to at least 10,000, which has to be steady. Now we have those who do what we call farming. It's quite interesting. They pay people to stream their songs and all that.
So this 10,000 listeners or what have you, is it cut across different streaming platforms?
That's the tricky part. Now, I said earlier on that the total of what Africa is making for streaming is just one particular state in America. Now, it also depends on the geographical location of who is streaming your numbers. Africa have low, how will I put it, low numbers or figures in terms of converting into listenership. No, not listenership. I'm talking about, for instance, now in Africa, the amount you will get from Africa is lower than what you will get for someone streaming your song in the United States. So that also is part of the factor. So if you have more people streaming your songs outside, maybe in Europe, in Asia, or in America, the numbers go up. So that's why artists now, what they are doing now is try as much as possible to make music that will be appealing not just for Africans, but for people outside Africa, so that once their music is accepted worldwide, that is when the boom comes. I remember this particular artist. I'm trying to remember his name. He was one that sang a particular song. He made a whole lot of money just from that particular song, from streaming that particular song. He made so much money. So it all depends on a whole lot of factors. But like I said, the better chance is if you are an independent artist. Those are the people that are actually raking in this amount. But very few of them are actually, if you look at it, captured under the 60 billion naira. Because if you look at what it takes to do a whole lot of things in music right now, especially in Nigeria, it's a whole lot. So, but kudos to those who are actually doing it and those who are getting payback for this. Let's move on to I think that this is the last story. Now, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission has arranged a visa agent, Adediwura Adesina Stanley, before the Lagos State High Court over alleged conspiracy, forgery, and use of false documents to obtain a United Kingdom visa. Now, the commission disclosed this in a statement following the court proceedings in Lagos, confirming that the defendant was formally charged in connection with alleged offences. According to the agency, the arraignment took place on March 11, 2026, before Justice of the court. Now, this is quite an interesting, it's quite surprising to see that we're still having visa frauds these days.
Is it surprising?
It is.
How so?
Because we have so many visa agencies these days, even though, to get visa to some certain countries, I would say you might have to go through the eye of a needle. For instance, United States, who are very keen on those coming into their country.
Well, I wouldn't say something like you mentioned, getting visas to certain countries might not be so easy, but that doesn't mean that, some people should do fraudulent things to get it, all in the name of jackpotting, quote and unquote, because it is a visa fraud. It is a visa fraud. Under no circumstance should you have done something like that. You just need to apply. In fact, UK visa, you don't even have to go there. You can just apply online, submit the document that you need to submit, and then you go for your interview when it's time. And I think that this was more from the angle of fear of maybe rejection. Yes, if you will not be given the visa, or lack of, according to the report, he had false documents, because there are documents they will ask you for. So this person probably knew, I don't have these things, I don't have this qualification, I don't have a sponsor, I don't have this, I don't have that, because you need to submit. I don't have where I'll be staying, because if you're just going for a short time, you need to provide, details of where you'll be staying, how long you'll be staying, how much money, and what have you. And the person had to come up with false documents just so can get. I just feel like, I think that the justice, or the law rather, should just take its course in this situation. Yeah, the law should just take its course, because otherwise, if you want to travel and you want to try, you have the funds available, all you just need to do is just approach traveling agencies. There are packages that they can offer you. Okay, you want to go to this country, we can offer you this package. You could go and do maybe 2 days, 3 days in this particular country and come back, not Jackba, come back directly back to Nigeria, because that's the essence of granting you a visa. You are being granted a visa on the trust that you would come back. So this is where we will round up today's edition of SOUQ Business Landscape. This is the end of SOUQ Business Landscape. Today, we examine developments across Nigeria's aviation, energy and digital economy, maritime infrastructure, and growing global influence of the country's creative sector. As policies evolve and markets continue to shift, the impact on businesses, investors, and consumers will remain closely watched. Thank you for joining us on SOUQ Business Landscape. I am Olumide Shokoya. See you next time. And I am Sarah Owusu-Ansah. Ensure to enjoy the rest of your Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff. Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ Business Landscape.
The Global Leadership Conclave Lagos has brought together policymakers, business leaders, development experts, and young innovators under one roof, all united by a common vision, transforming leadership ideals into practical action for sustainable development. Organized by the Global Lives Transformers Network in partnership with the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs, the event is themed Redefining Leadership for a Sustainable Future.
Global Leadership Conclave is all about bringing leaders of diverse sector and field to come together to discuss on leadership in the age of disruption, innovation, resilience, and sustainability. They will come together to discuss on the ever-disruptive world that we're in now, and how leaders can stay resilient, can be innovative, and build sustainably.
Speakers at the forum include Sir Victor Walsh, Mr. Tunji Ido, Dr. Patrick Uduma, Engineer Tony Obuigwe, and others. They emphasize the urgent need for transformational leadership that bridges the gap between policy, ethics, and enterprise, particularly in developing economies like Nigeria. Discussions also centered on equipping the next generation of leaders with global competencies, integrity-driven values, and digital age problem-solving skills to drive inclusive economic growth.
Leadership is a topic that is very important for us as a nation, and something that is very rare. The right type of leadership is not very common in our climate, and it's the wrong one that often hogs the limelight. So it's important that we're able to point to other models, other examples that have stood the test of time and that have helped other nations to get to where they are, and the kind of leadership we had before things went down in our nation, so that people, the young ones, can see alternatives, and then they can be reset and redirected on the right path.
My presence here is to contribute to the conversation on leadership, starting with self-leadership. How can young people drive change in the society and in our environment? How can we influence positively the polity that we find ourselves? We are heading towards elections, in another 1 year. How can we make a significant impact in that system, in that process?
The conclave, holding at the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs Auditorium, Kofo Abayomi Street, Victoria Island, features panel sessions, keynote addresses, and networking segments designed to strengthen collaboration between government institutions, private sector players, and civil society actors.
Yes, I think that these youth have the most amazing age, because not only have they found mentorship, they've also found role models, because I say that the quality of your mind determines the quality of your life. And the quality of information that they have can revolutionize their life, their family, and the entire nation.
Participants said the platform reflects a growing recognition and that effective leadership is the foundation of national progress and international competitiveness. Oyinpriye Krumale, SOUQ News Television.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. This go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Glava Road where they warrior for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because what development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogwefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
My name is SOUQ News. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hospitality is a very interesting and dynamic industry. Hospitality industry, very interesting and dynamic. And as we know, we have global best practices, that are acceptable. It's just like norms that are acceptable in the industry. So when you talk about global best practices, it encompasses a lot of things, a lot of dimension, in terms of technology, in terms of service delivery, in terms of training and retraining of staff, even the recruitment, onboarding of staff. There's so many things involved when you talk about global best practices. Well, let me just say the main challenge we have in this climb is orientation, education. In this climb, many people go into the hospitality business without much information about what they are about to go into. You see, the problem with us in this climb is education. You see, many of our hotel owners are not properly educated before going into the business. I've had series of experiences on the field where some people must have wasted fortune and they will now realize that they need consultants. And by that time, let me say it may be late already. Before you go into any business, get to understand, how it works. The hotel business is a very complex business. Like globally, the trend is making sure your guests' expectations are exceeded. And so many, the technology is employed in making sure this is possible. You won't believe that up to now, we still have some of our local brands. In fact, most of our local brands have not even adopted the PMS. PMS is property management software, where you right from the guest arrival, if I arrive from online, by the time you are checking online to know about the hotel, their products and all that, right from online to when you get to the front desk and throughout all your experiences, all these things are captured by a software, makes the experience so robust and all that. Up to now, many of our local brands still find it difficult to adopt this PMS. To them, it's expensive. To them, they don't see any reason for it. And this is what makes, it improves guest experiences. It makes you satisfy your guests. You even exceed their expectations. Makes just just on the touch of a button, things are already happening. In the Western world, they're already going into, AI, right from CRM, customer relations management, service, CRS, and all that. They're already exploring using AI and all that. Here we are still on biro and paper. How do you compare the brands? The local brands are built around the owners. The owner, tells you either he is knowledgeable or not about the business. He runs it like a one-man business. And at the demise of the owner, the business dies. Unlike the global brands. The owners of Marriott are long gone. And Marriott keeps multiplying all over the globe. Right now, they have about more than 1.5 million properties all over the world. They have acquired Sheraton here in Lagos, even 4 Point by Sheraton. You see them expanding. What is the secret? It's all about process, system. When there's no process, there's no system, then you are planning to fail. And it's a common saying that when you don't plan, you're already planning to fail. When there's no planning, many of them go into the business without proper feasibility studies. A young man came in from diaspora, was not just last year, to invest in this same hospitality business, set up a lounge on the island. You won't believe it. 6 months, 100 million was gone. And he had to pack up and return back again. So what is happening? Why is it that the global brands are thriving and our own brands are not thriving? Meanwhile, we should even have some advantages over the global brands because it is natural. We are naturally hospitable. It is our nature in Africa. Hospitality, Africa is hospitality is Africa. So all we need to do is to get the formal training and convert our virtue, hospitality virtue, into in a professional way and run the business professionally. Well, actually, it's not by the quality. We still have some boutique hotels, that are doing very well in the country. that are already trying as much as possible to, follow the global best practices. It's not until your hotel is so massive and big before you can exceed your guest satisfaction, No. Even if it's just 7 rooms, you can still have a brand that can be reckoned with. A brand is not until it's massive before you can say you have a brand. You can have a brand even in a small hotel. You can create a brand. So it's not about of course, we have some hotels that takes care of the middle class and they are doing it perfectly well. But what I'm just saying is majority of them are not doing it well because they have refused to adopt the tech. They have refused, to follow, good processes. They don't care about training. As far as they are concerned, the staff are just slaves. They use them and dump them. They believe that if they don't do well, fire them, hire another person. Your business will be going in circles. You have to create a kind of linear graph, not the one that will just go up and fall down again. Try, to train your staff. Like I always tell people, if you don't train them, don't blame them. Because, you can't imagine spending billions of naira to erect a structure in the name of a hotel, and you cannot even onboard your staff properly. Most of them, they just employ anyhow, put their relatives, and they start running. There is no onboarding program, no vision, no mission, no core values, no SOPs, and and as far as they're concerned, they are running a business. When the owner is not around, nothing can happen. And the guests are complaining. Why is it that you don't have these things in stock? You cannot tell them that our MD is not around. That's why he has not released money. That should be budget. You run such businesses on budget. If he has to release money, he releases the money, as at when the budget is ready and the budget is funded. So the business runs on autopilot. It doesn't have to be there. But most of these local brands, they want to be there to see everything, and it's not possible. It's not possible. Or else, like I said, at the demise of the owner, the business dies. What is the secret behind the companies like Coca-Cola, and all the Marriotts of this world, the Sheraton, etc.? What's the secret? It's because they have process and they have a system. So once there's no process, you're just wasting your time. So and like I always say, a brand is built. It does not come by accident. There has to be intention. It has to be deliberate. You have to be deliberate about building a brand. Well, the truth is, staff will always live where they are not well treated. One thing is to say you are training. Another thing is the environment conducive for them? They are not animals. If they are well treated, they will stay. They receive training. They see a future in the organization. There's nothing like staff handbook. You don't even know your rights. You don't know your privileges. You don't know where the company's right stops and where yours starts. You don't know whether you are entitled to leave or not. In fact, that one is in the hotels. In our climb here, there is nothing like leave. You treat them anyhow. Why will they stay? But go and check out those local brands that have adopted these global best practices. Their staff are not going. because they see a future. And the issue of trust, you're talking about trust. It's not peculiar with the local brands. If money can be stolen in the local brands, it can be stolen in the international brands. But the difference is the process. You see, like most of our clients, when we try to consult for, when we take over, I always tell them, look, let's put a system in place. Increase their salaries. Let their salaries be enough. Then those that were there with the wrong intention, by the time the systems are in place, they will leave because they know they cannot steal. Recently, in one of the hotels I consult for, somewhere in Ogun State, we recruited the maintenance officer, and they overheard him talking on phone that, it's like there are no lapses here. Barely 7 days. He was already looking for, lapses to explore, and that he has to leave. You won't believe, within a week, he has already given us a notice that he's resigning. Why? Because there's a system in place. Use this PMS we are talking about. Property management software. It has different modules. You have the front desk module, you have the restaurant and bar modules, you have the accounting module, the inventory module, different modules, and they all work together. It's a central thing. Even the HR module, whereby you onboard your staff on the software. Right on the software, you know whether their documents are complete or not. Those that are 80% complete, what are the outstanding documents, the guarantors, and all those things. But most of these people, when you tell them, it's alien to them. They don't believe it's workable here. All there is, and another thing, another dimension, another thing I noticed about our local owners is, how much was your sales yesterday? The next thing is he has taken everything. He's going to party. No future. The business has no future. And when the employees see you spend like that, see you behave like that, you are also tempting them to start behaving like that, to go into the money if they have the opportunity to, because they don't have a future in that business. They know their future is not guaranteed. Tomorrow the business might fold up because of the recklessness of the owner. You're building a business. Allow it to grow. Nurture it. Let it grow. Let it grow. Let me break it down. Like when I say the front desk module, the module has a lot of features whereby when your guest walks in, or either online, you can book online, and it will reflect right there. You can book right from London. You go to the website, the hotel's website, and right from the comfort of your bedroom, you are seeing the different categories of rooms, just as if you are already in the hotel. And you are seeing the attached rack rates. And you make a pick. And as you pick, you have the option of payment. And as you make the payment, you have reserved the date and a future date, and you make the payment. As soon as you make the payment, it reflects right in the hotel on the front desk. For example, you picked room 107, and somebody else walks into the front desk and says, I want room 107. Sorry, it will show that it's no more available, even though you didn't see the guests. But it's been paid for online. Can't you see it makes life easy? It increases, improves the guest experiences. It makes your potential guests or your guests happy. Makes things easy for them. So you can achieve that online. You can also achieve it by walking into the front desk, and you can make a reservation. All you need to do is check the rooms, You don't even need to go around and looking at the rooms. It's displayed for you at the front desk. You have it on the screen. You see the different categories of room. You make a pick and you make payment. Now, when you make payment, a receipt is generated immediately. Another thing is, that's what you call door integration. When you're talking about fraud, you integrate your door, that's the card system, not the iron key, the card system. You integrate it with your software in such a way that once a card is activated, because once payment is made, the card is activated automatically. The owner already gets an alert. In some software, it's called MRS, Management Report System, that a room has been sold. Either you are there or not. It's as clear, as simple as that. You don't need to come, and some owners will come and sit down at the reception to see what is happening. No, you don't even need a camera. Everything is automated. No room can be opened. You can't access any room without the card being activated. And the card cannot be activated except payment is made. It's only the payment that activates the card. Can you see that control? So now another question comes. What about when you want to clean the room? How do you get the card? That's what you call, MasterCard. Or, floor card and all that, depending. Now, personally, I advise my clients, you don't activate a MasterCard to work indefinitely, to work anytime, anyhow. We have hours of cleaning. So your MasterCard is activated to work, for example, the checkout time is 12 o'clock. So you activate it in such a way that it's only active between 12 and certain maybe 3 o'clock or so. Every daily. Once it is 3, you cannot access the room with the MasterCard again. You can see the tech we are talking about. So you can't access any room again. And again, we have energy saving lights, whereby it's only that same card that can power the lights and the TV and the AC in the room. No guest wants to check into a room without the AC working, without the TV working. So it's only that same card that can power the systems. So you won't check me in by 1 o'clock because you have access to MasterCard. And by 3 or 4, once your card is no more active, I'm in darkness. And again, you can always generate a report from the front desk that will tell you how many times, the kind of the entrance, whether the room was opened with the MasterCard or it was opened with a guest card. Right from the report, you see. And when you go through the report and you see that MasterCard open at this time, you say, what happened? Why? Who was the person that accessed the room? So you don't need to be there. A particular client of mine was trying to lease out his hotel, which I always strongly advise against, on the island because he was relocating to Dubai, United Arab Emirates, So I advised him against it. Why do you want to? I've told you to install a PMS since. This will give you some level of comfort because his main reason is that I'm here, right under my nose. They are still stealing. When I leave, what will happen? You don't need to. And thank God he was able to take the advice. We installed the PMS and he saw the difference. Don't underestimate your guests. Even forget the color. They may be black, but they are well traveled. They've been to America, they've been to Europe, they've been to, Dubai. They've lodged in the best hotels in the world, and they know what good service is. So don't think you can just give them any kind of service anyhow. They have an expectation. For every, rack rate, for every money paid, there is a value, an expected value attached to it. Why is it that you see some guests, they'll lodge in 5-star hotels, they pay as much as 1 million naira, 700,000, 500,000 a night, and when they wake up in the morning, because of the kind of treatment, when they are checking out, you still see them giving out tips. They are happy. Meanwhile, this same set will go to some local brands, maybe as a result of lack of availability of such class of hotel in their village or in some, they have a function somewhere, and they pay just 30,000 naira, and you see them complaining and quarreling and getting angry, agitated, Why? Because of the service. 30,000 has a value, an expected value. Same thing with 500,000 naira. If he had paid 500,000 naira in a 5-star hotel and he didn't get the attached value, he will complain. But he paid 30,000 and he could not even sleep at night, mosquito, all through the night. The AC is not working. Why? Because there is no process, no system. All these ACs and all these things, they all have, you have a kind of maintenance worksheet, maintenance plan. It does not have to break down before you start repairing it. You maintain them. When the generator has worked for so number of hours, it must be serviced. How often do we check all these things in our local brands? Because there's even no system, no SOP, nothing in place. You just open and start running. It's not done anywhere. I gave an example of someone who brought in 100 million naira and the whole thing disappeared. Let me say, what we should know is that money is inflammable. The whole thing went in flames. That's how I will put it, within 6 months. Why? Because there was no due process. There was no planning. He didn't understand what he was coming to do. He just dabbled into it. In my book, which I'll be launching soon in my event coming up, I call it ABC of creating a great hospitality brand. Simple, steps of creating a brand. I made reference to such owners as accidental owners. You just inherited a property, or you felt, okay, what is moving now? What can we do? They say hotel is bringing in money, jackpot. Many people have gone into it and they've gotten their fingers burnt. So I will advise investors, if you want to invest, do proper feasibility study. Do proper feasibility study. Well, let me give you an example, a practical example. One of my clients started a 23-rooms hotel in Delta, and according to him, it's almost 3-4 years now. According to him, he spent about 400 million naira. He's smiling today. Right now, there is no day that he does not have a turnover. You can do something smaller, even with 100 million, Yes, it depends. I just gave the practical example. I know of people that have just 7 rooms, and they are making their money every day because they've done, their due diligence. No, definitely, it will reflect on your pricing. And once, like I always tell people, is value for value. I can't be forced to sell my room 10,000 naira because my neighbor is selling for 10,000 naira. I can sell mine for 40,000 naira and still be fully booked. While the one that is selling for 10,000 naira is not even attracting any guests. Why? Because the 10,000 naira will try to say, okay, when it is 12, we turn off the gen because we want to conserve energy. We don't have money to buy diesel and all that. Start rationing. No guests will feel comfortable. You know, these guests, even in their personal homes, they enjoy 24 hours light. They enjoy themselves. Then you now come, you know, to a hotel where you should relax and be able to think properly. And they are telling you they are turning off the gen because they don't want to sell the room high. I'll tell my clients, sell it high, but create the value. When the value is there, make sure you recover your costs. You have to impute all these things, into your costing. Many of them don't even believe there is need for a revenue manager. Apart from the normal manager, you have a revenue manager. You have cost accountants, apart from the main accountant, people that are in charge of costing. You're selling a plate of food for 7,000 naira. What is the cost? Many of them don't know. And like I said, most of this software takes care of all these things. The recipes are there in the software, programmed, all programmed. So when you have sold a plate of rice, you already know how much is your profit on it. It comes to that. So we have to be very analytical. Yeah, majorly it's let me say government policies. It affects, like in Lagos State now, the clock of consumption tax. Then the federal will still come and say you should pay VAT. It is repetition. Consumption tax is 5%. Then the federal government is asking for 7.5. Is that not 12.5? How? How do you survive? You understand? So these are challenges, and that's one of the reasons, for the vision for my program, which will be coming up in September. It's called Hotel Owners Dinner Outreach. It sort of creates an environment where you have the policymakers, you have the stakeholders, the investors, the owners of hotel, the practitioners, all come together under one roof. Then we dialogue, look at the investment climb, look at the challenges, we rub minds together, and we come up with solutions, possible solutions. Like you cannot be up there churning out rules. You are so far from the players. You don't even know, you can't feel them. You don't know what they are going through. A client of mine, the road to his hotel is terrible. Very terrible. And it's hardly having guests. And this government arm will come and pay consumption tax. Another will pay advert, another will pay different kinds of local government will come and ask for their own, So like this year's edition, we are bringing in the number one taxman in the state, for example, will be we call it investment roundtable. Will be in the panel. We have a representative of the international brand. That's the owners of Marriott Hotel in GRA, Ikeja. He'll be in the panel too. And we have the permanent secretary, tourism, who will be in the panel. So we'll bring them together. Then we have consultants, practitioners of over 40 years in the industry in that same panel. That's the president of AFCON. AFCON is Association of Tourism and Hospitality Consultants in Nigeria. He'll be in the panel. All of them. So let us discuss. Let's feel each other's pain. Let us understand. The government, tell us why you are taxing us like this and all that. So that's one challenge. Another one is power. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that. It's a national thing, and until it is solved nationally, we'll keep generating our own. While we always advise that, owners should look at, solar. which is environmental friendly. That's even the way, hospitality is going. We talk about sustainability, in hospitality, social, economic, and environmental. Those are other issues again, another topic entirely, maybe for another day. We should just keep it professional. Whatever you are doing, keep it professional. You're building a brand, always remember that a brand is a promise. Make sure you always keep it. A brand is an experience. Always improve the experience. A brand is a reputation. Maintain it.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Well, I would say now he's gotten the job. If this question had come before now, I would be able to say that I do not think we need him. But he's there now, so all we need to do is see what best he can do or what best we can do to support him to succeed. Now, going by his previous records, going by all that he's achieved in sports, ordinarily, one wouldn't have said he's the best for the Super Eagles at this time. But here we are. Decision makers have made their decisions. They've taken the decisions. We can only talk, but they already have their way. Well, I think his assessment will start when he starts playing games. He's not had any game with Nigeria, so we can't assess him. But going by his previous records, I don't think he would have been the best for Nigeria at this time. Not against other homegrown indigenous coaches who have had better records within and outside Nigeria. On a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think Shele will fit in at any point. But of course, having him been appointed, all we need to do is give support and see the best that we can get from him being Nigerians. And of course, at all times, irrespective of whatever decisions are taken, we want Nigeria to excel. Because in Nigeria's excellence, we are proud. In Nigeria's excellence, those of us that are in the media and sporting media, to be precise, we can do business. If Nigeria is not winning, the biggest brand for Nigeria is the Super Eagles, sports-wise. So if Nigeria is not winning, if Nigeria is not making waves, then we don't have business to do. So it's in our interest that he succeeds. So to that extent, I would say yes. But looking at his appointment, I think it's just a part of the over-politicization of the sporting industry, power show by the immediate past president of the Football Federation, Melvin Pinnick Amaju. Having failed in his 2 terms, continues to transverse the terrain to show he still has power. And of course, he brought Shele. And of course, the Gusau, the incumbent president of the Football Federation, has to listen to his master. So his master's voice, that's what we're experiencing.
like, let them bring the Hirusadi. You see, there are things about Nigeria and Nigerian sports that should not surprise anybody. Politics are played everywhere, and balancing of acts are played everywhere. Federal character everywhere. And the federal character thing is just all very pretentious things they do. Definitely it's not for the interest of Nigeria. Just to show that, okay, we've taken somebody from the south, or we've taken one from the west, or we are now taking from the north. Who will take in the north? Let's bring Ahmed Musa. He's calm. He'll be able to talk to the players. What is he going to say to the players? He's past his prime a long time ago. So it's all politics and not in the interest of the nation. I can tell you that. But for Chelle going around Europe, yes, he has to. Because everywhere you go, to be the chief coach of the Nigerian national team, senior national team, can be a huge task. Because every day you have Nigerian boys showing up in big leagues, in small clubs, in championship clubs, even around the country. You find players everywhere. Nigeria, I think today, if we are not exporting oil, I think we are exporting footballers to everywhere, even those that are born abroad. I mean, you can imagine this young boy at Arsenal, 17, Ethnan Nwaneri, and there's Anokoli, there's Ndidi, both at Leicester City. So everywhere you go, you see Nigerian boys showing stuff. So to be the coach of a Nigerian team at the level of Super Eagles is a huge task. One would expect that we should have a scouting department. One would expect that we have a department that should take charge of team psychology. We expect that we have the technical department or the directorate for technical at the Football Federation to be well equipped with people that are sound in mind, sound technically, and have capacity to work and deliver. With all of that put together, then they should be able to advise and situate the coach at the point where he can deliver and work well. Well, you see, I said yes, because I've been one of those that have always been clamoring that there's need to have a National Sports Commission. Now, having a National Sports Commission that is populated or that is headed by politicians, it's neither here nor there. It may not take us anywhere. We need to separate our sport. Yes, sports, you cannot do away with politics at some level. But in terms of the administration, in terms of the management, in terms of the execution, there's need to be able to separate sports and politics. In the days where we held sway in sports, where the National Sports Commission functioned effectively, all of those that occupied the position as Director General, as directors in the then National Sports Commission, were professionals. If you recall from the days of Abraham Odia, Awotru Eleya, and of course Isaac Akioye, that laid the structure and foundation for a proper National Sports Commission just after the All-Africa Games, was a thoroughbred professional from the University of Ife. And there are other such professionals all around this country. And you need to ask, if we are not able to seek and give these people jobs and give them tasks to deliver, we always will go look for political loyalists to put in positions so that they answer to us. Politics is just, to me these days, it's more like a window for public relations for political parties and individuals that are into politics to express themselves, or maybe also at the same time also reward loyalists. That's what we find. So in terms of the technicalities on administration and management of sports, in its true sense, we're still very far from it. Plenty improvement, I would say. The current managers of the league are doing everything they can to ensure that our league gets back to a competitive level at the continent, gets back to a competitive level at the rate at which we, those of us local people like myself, can appreciate our football and our footballers once again. The question to ask is to say, are we doing enough? The answer will be no. Who are those not doing enough? The media, the sporting media in Nigeria is not doing well enough. would I say sporting media? Yes. And also the bigger media is not doing well enough. And because we are not doing well enough, that's why our league is still where it is. We would have gone further than this. The other aspect of it is government. Government across the states. Football business is supposed to be good business. Football business is supposed to be run by private individuals and clubs. There's nothing wrong to say that the people of a particular state cannot run a football club in conjunction with other private individuals who will be stakeholders and are interested in the promotion of sport and football in the sense that we're talking about it now. But what we have is that we have state governments owning football teams, and those that are administering the football teams are SA this, SA that have been appointed as a reward, that have been appointed because they are loyal, that have been appointed because they can talk a little bit about foreign leagues. Somebody can talk about the league, talk about the La Liga and the EPL, and that qualifies him to be SA in charge of sports in some states of the federation. And these are the bunch of persons, or the group of persons, who are running our football around the country. So who runs the clubs, the texture of the clubs, what names the clubs are bearing, what history behind the clubs, and those are the things that tells you that the states are not doing enough, the Football Federation not doing enough, but I think largely the media, check out our sports programs. All you find are talking heads talking about who scored the best goal in the world, who scored the best goal in Europe, who scored the best goal in England, and all that. That's what we find. You hardly will see shows, package shows about the best goals of the Nigerian league over the past weekend. The best goals, the best dribbles, how many passes, proper statistics, because the media is not doing enough. The sporting media, that is journalists, that are practitioners, they are not doing enough because they are not tasking themselves. They just go on the internet, download one or two things, watch and everything. All you know is you take, as a content creator in sports, you need to just take a shot of the goal that, the assist that Nwaneri gave, or Merino scored a goal for Arsenal, and you superimpose yourself and you talk over it, and that's content. And you post it, and there are likes and there are followers, and that's it, what we do. But you do not have individuals going to places to take content. All around Lagos, that's we look at as we are now, all around Nigeria, sports is going on every day. As a practitioner myself, in those days when I used to be the street reporter, we covered football from everywhere. From Abeson, from Bagada, from Volkswagen, down on Ojo, Abeta, anywhere. All of those places, and boys are still playing football. You go to Evans Square, boys are still playing football. Go to Lafayette, they're still playing football. Go to Alakoro, you still see boxing. So all of these sports are still going on. But where are the journalists that will cover these events and bring them to the fore and package them? The journalists are not ready to do that job. Even those that are ready are not funded. Even those that work are not paid salaries. So everybody is just finding the easy way out, cutting corners and doing their best. Now for our league and our sports to grow, there has to be heavy investment in the media. Because everything you see about the EPL, the La Liga, you take the EPL and analyze it, you see a variety of shows all about the weekend games, the weekend wrap, the best goals, the best flops, the referee angle, even the advertising and marketing. Because when all of this are put in a fray, then people can relate to it. People can leverage on it. Brands can come and give sponsorship. But we are not able to attract sponsorship because there's nothing for the brands to take away. Because if you give brands value, they will attach to it. And it never used to be so. Before 2006, the La Liga was not popular. The EPL was not popular. The Champions League was not popular. What were Nigerians watching? Because the media itself sold out. By investing, Nigerian media organizations came together, put money together, and went to buy rights of the EPL and started broadcasting it on Nigerian television for the consumption of Nigerians so they can make cheap money from telcos and from the brewing industry, they made more money for themselves. I mean, the media houses, rather than invest in the local league, then they would tell them, who will watch Nigerian league? I mean, those are the questions they asked at the time. Some of us that were able to find courage, we found courage and we asked them, why would we be doing this? But of course, we were not many enough for our voices to be heard. And that's why we're here, we are where we are. So it's not far when we lost it. Can we redeem ourselves? Yes, we can, if we want to. But it will take a whole lot of courage. It will take a whole lot of work. It will take a whole lot of commitment. God help us.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter, don't pass your call. Listen, go swipe, alerts no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, If you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Ogbefi, they don't walk Gaba Road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there, that they may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethought. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. When I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there is a family history of ADHD, the child may come out with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatments for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News TV.
My name is I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Let me first of all congratulate Nigerians for the 65th anniversary of our independence. Independence is a freedom that is given from colonial rule, which can be termed self-rule, self-governance. And since 1960, we've been having self-governance. What is it really self-governance? That's another debate for another day. But from what happened, we were very young at that time when independence came to the country. I'm very, very aware of the 1963 declaration of Western Nigeria, declaration of republic when Nigeria became a republic. That was when I can physically or personally remember. But then, a lot of things had gone underground. The joy of the independence has always been cut short and is not getting to the expectations of the people. It's difficult. The main thing is that every time a government comes in, we seem to be in a quagmire of difficulties. And we tend to go back to the past government that we said that they were not good and feel that they were better than what we have today. It's not only, all governments are always better, except the one I can pick out is during the military regime, 1975 to 1976, about 9 months or so. And maybe because that government did not last long. So maybe that is why we still feel that that government was one of the governments that really met the needs of the people. Throughout the years, like I said, we have always had shortcomings, but we have not been able to keep the standards, certain standards that we are on ground. And that is the main problem. Everybody wants to have his own way. The military had not really helped us. They have, every time there is a military coup, Nigeria is set back to 1960. We are reset to 1960. And the 1960 of that time is different from the 1960 of today. That is, when you compare them, what we have on ground today is quite different from what we had on ground in 1960. That means we are starting again. But we have to develop in our own way. We have to be open-minded, and we have to think positive. We have to think about their future, and that is the only thing that galvanizes the country. Now, whatever standard we have today, in 20 years' time, another generation will come up. And that generation, their needs are always different. So that is why we have to look for the future. But today in Nigeria, we are still solving the problem of 1970. Why I'm saying that is that after the Civil War, the Nigeria decided to move forward. In the process of moving forward, we forgot a lot of things. And that was the time the oil boom came in. And we forgot a lot of things we were doing at that time. Take a graduate at that time. A graduate in 1980 receives roughly 300 naira, which was about almost $500. But let's say in our naira, he has enough to feed his family, to start a family. That is a graduate. But today, a graduate doesn't have enough to even take him to visit his family in his hometown. As a graduate, you are entitled to a car loan, which is your annual salary at that time. A car was about 3,600, and your 300 naira, 300 naira salary is 3,600 per annum, and you take a loan for a car. Once it's established that it is yours and you bring it to the office, you will be given a car allowance. And that car allowance may be about 50 naira or 60 naira. And when you look at it, they are deducting 50 naira or so, or 54 naira from your salary for every month for 4 or 5 years that you are taking the loan. And they are giving you 50 naira. So in 3 years, you are promoted to level 9. And on level 9, you are entitled to a car allowance of 72 naira. So it means that just like if you have been given a car for almost free. And those are some of the things that I look back to. Those are some of the things we enjoyed at that particular time. And it started eroding through government policies. And we now have this problem in which we cannot get to the minimum wage in those days was about 90 naira. When religion is a personal thing, that's the belief of the Yoruba. That is why in the same house, you can have the husband being Onishogo, the wife being Oya or Shun devotee, the uncle being a Christian, and another person being a Muslim. No, we all grew up together. During the Muslim festivities, we go together. I had an aunt in Ajegule. And during our holidays in those days, we used to go to Ajegule and we go to the mosque. Within that 1 month we are staying with them, we go to the mosque with them. We pray together. Even though most of the things, they started teaching us the alif, ba, ta, sa, and whatever, the alphabets in Arabic. But most of the time, by the time I go back home, I forget about it. And when they come to our place, they go to church with us. Even most of our Muslim cousins, they school with us. My mother will go and pick them in their homes, and they will school, they stay with us. We are about 20 in the house while we are living at that time. So it is not religious tolerance, as I will say. I will say, I've forgotten the word now, maybe like a respect. Well, if I'm tolerating you, it means you are bad. You get me? If I'm tolerating you, it means that I'm tolerating something that is bad that you are doing, but I'm not talking. But if I'm doing maybe mutual respect, yes, it's mutual respect. All religions in Lagos or in Yoruba land, particularly, they had mutual respect. When it is time for the Egungun festival, we will come out with our families, with them, with those that are in the Egungun. When it's time for the Ifa festival, we go to them. When it is Ileya, when it is Christmas, we were all one in Lagos Island, and even in Lagos at that particular time. The greatest disaster for Nigeria was the introduction of the presidential system. Let us start from the economics. In parliamentary system, you just have to win your constituency, and that's all. You win your constituency, you spend within your constituency, and that is all. When you get to the house, when you are not to pick the speaker or the leader of the house, that is when you interact with others. But in presidential system, you have the whole country is your constituency. The whole country is your constituency. let's go to the grassroots. And the grassroots, the unit is the family. The family unit has broken down. Not to talk less about of the extended family unit, or where a community is served like a family. The youths are not being taken care of as in those days. In those days, we never knew whether you are from anywhere in the world or in Nigeria. We interact, we never knew. In sports, we never knew where our people come from. In school, we never knew. At times, 60 years later, I'm just discovering that somebody is from Asaba, one of my classmates. Discover is from, we had the Odumakers, we had the Bazunos in those days. Went to school together, but we never even knew that he was not Yoruba or from Western Nigeria. We were all together. The unity, our unity has been eroded. Today, most schools, there are no boarding schools again. And that is you discover that you are only limited to your area, except when you are going to higher institutions. Even some higher institutions are within certain areas. So we don't interact, we don't intermix, we don't even know the culture of other people. But in those days, it was a little bit different. We have to start reshaping a lot of things. And in the reshaping, it's not for us. It's not for the present generation. It's to look for the future generation. In the socialist life in those days, they used to talk about what do you call it now? Absence of manual labor. That is, machines will do the work. We are human beings will sit down and just be looking, and machines will do the work. We are getting to that stage very soon. Even we are almost there. In those days, we used to have what we call telephone operators. That type of job is gone. In those days, every office has its secretary or what do you call it, a secretary that we type, we do all these things. Now, that job is gone. The MD, the secretary is just to make arrangements. In those days, you have to have dictators, you have to dictate messages, you have to take minutes. Now, AI is doing everything. So there's going to be a lot of job losses. But in creating new jobs, that's a problem. The problem, and at the rate our population is going, is continuing to have a lot of jobless people. But how do we manage it? How do we get to that? That's the problem.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian Omosunde Lawson. It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news, first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium. There were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium. But because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member. I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them. Whether it's the Super Eagles, the under 20, the under 23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play continental. When you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Côte d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 96. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, Ladipo, I heard you guys singing. It's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a father who never fails. I have a father who never fails. I have a father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza. Boya chukuna gaza mere. Messiah yobiuma. Boya chukuna gaza. The match ended and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Chested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1. But we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief. And it is general. Everybody must have it. That this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors. And not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patriot by excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is found in the challenges is funding. Because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. But later, we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us. And some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia 2018, I went to this woman and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And then when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. Goodluck Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for three and a half years. there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please, go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But it's unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where you have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the supporters club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not augur well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in, as the last person, I entered the stadium, and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee or the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, you are not there. In a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the supporters club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the supporters club as we speak is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the supporters club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the president general because we have supporters club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the supporters club in Cote d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the supporters club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the supporters club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of supporters club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the president general is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the president general worldwide comes. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. there was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the supporters club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. Before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8, 9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Pasero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Pasero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it's now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouset. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Amadu qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as at when due. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. The last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20,000, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money. Some of them earning millions. Some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, Go TV. Go TV night every day. They've had about 29 Go TV sessions. You know what that means? Go TV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, if not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos. We have sent advice. We have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future. And of course, becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football. Yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this: if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football. Keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life. Making money. There's a way, we have one thing we are developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no car of ease or no house of ease or a home has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we are doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itiraikate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the top place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We are going to start the second edition very soon. We are now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally. Having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's where we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports, they give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match. In Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, we are in this country. Football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key. Not just the taking part in competitions. Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, one, you are helping the youth. Two, you are helping the nation. Three, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness from, of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your call. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you say alert the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk Dava Road where they warrior for down local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
My name is Becky Elijah. I'm from UBA, so keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Esther Ashimi, keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Helen Otongwa. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Okoyemi Temiyemi. I am an entertainer. I am representing Egypt, as you can see. So keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Nena Okavi. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Tom Aldo. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Elizabeth from POS Services UBA. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Kelechi Agu. Keep watching SOUQ News.
First of all, I may ask, who is 65 years old here? Some of us, we are not have the age. And some of us, we are above the age. We have to appreciate God's presence, keeping us
long life and then prosperity. We see the day, it was so fantastic to us. So we are celebrating this in spite that for 65 years, you calculated day and time and hours. Over millions days, over million days. And then when we call about the years, then we know. So let's multiply 65 times 365. It gives us a long protest. Now, if by grace of God you are around for 65 years, that is a good news for you. You have to take care of. Some did not have, some of us, we have it. So we have to appreciate, to celebrate. And moreover too, whatever we do, we have to thank God for His grace. Give us the opportunity to see the day today, to celebrate it with all ourselves. Whatever good or bad, we marry together and we formit ourselves the good Nigerians. That's the best thing to do. Yeah, surely we have the leaders. In everything, in home, you have a leader. Father, mother, they are all leaders. And moreover too, they have to give us what it takes. And no a child or not anybody cannot pass through parental aspect of it. So definitely we have leaders who can lead us for a better height. Now it's by prayer and supplication. We know a lot. The challenges are not what we expect, but at the same time, they meet us for 65 years. So we have to appreciate whatever they do. The point that I have to motivate and encourage them, whatever they do the right thing so that to get to the bottom of our children's generation to come tomorrow. That's the most important. The fact that presently we are finding a lot of difficulties in the spirit that we have the leaders, where you have to look at it is most important, our education. And moreover, parental aspect of it, to take care of the children at home, to know their values and whatever they do, they are not worthy to that. So automatically there's no job creativity. That is one. Education was not going high. That two. Then automatically our medical sector was not quite okay. So we have to adjust to structure that area. Then they can move better for more. No, it is naturally. It's that many are called, but few are chosen. Some of us, we are leaders. Some of us, we are religious leaders. But along the line, our mindset is not working toward goal, what God has planned for our future. And moreover, too, we did not go to the right direction. The main fact that everyone have his own way of operating. Now, when you get to the Bible, there are a lot of things you can able to quote, and you will see that most of us, we are interested in one particular area, not by godly. Particular, all of us have come short of the glory of God. Moreover, too, a Redeemer came to redeem us, probably if we have hope, and if we have trust in Him, therefore we can make things different. But the point is that, are we able to submit ourselves? Then we can carry on the responsibility to make the world better tomorrow. Now, the government has to sit right, because probably they take a mandate and power, so they did not listen to anybody's advice. Moreover, too, they are not reading. They are all part of political issues based upon their mindset. And it's not today it was happening, because the Pharisees and Sadducees are doing this in the past many years. They are now fine-tune things and put people away from the system, wherever you know the right thing to be done, not be done. So automatically, those are the things that are giving us a step back. Now, area they have to come in to put things right, they are not there, because nobody will checkmate them. They have power to even to question me or whatever they have. They are controlling the economy, whatever it is. That is the main fact. But the point is, they have to look down that the generation comes are most important. Now, by and large, when you look at the Bible or whatever I can see, the Word of God is telling us, God gave us a commandment. In the first thing, we are naive. And moreover, when God created man, most of us are naive in a certain way. There's no law. And that law was broken down after Moses, before the law came to the world. But we turn the law to our personal self. Now we make our own law to define our law. But the law, what God gives us, we abandon it outside. So that is the reason why things are fall apart. And moreover, too, we didn't value those laws. But if we cherish the laws, by this time we can get better way of life to live. Because we don't care what is happening. We care for ourselves, self-centered. That's the way forward we are seeing today. So most religious leaders, many are interested in the world, not in spiritual. And when you don't have the spiritual backing, with the Holy Spirit has speak to us, or anywhere, whether you are Muslim, whether you are a Christian, when you know yourself that this body belongs to God, then there's no need to even to go beyond. We tackle it when we are all understand the fun factor. The problem we have in Nigeria is very simple. If all of us will understand that we love each other, there's no love. We love money more than God. And naturally, when you look at Luke 16, it will tell you more about it. And when you look at the same thing, you look at Matthew 5, it will tell you something about this. It will tell you something about the same thing. We are interested in money. You go to the street and see. Some they are dead, but they are living. That's what we see today. Children have been drinking something what you don't understand, and at the same time, they are on their own. They cannot control them. Nobody can control their emotion, whatever. So they have a lot of problems. I'm afraid if probably 20 years back, maybe those children I'm talking about, 17, 21, 20, 25, the way they are living right now, no education, no business, no nothing. Now, 20 years back, I would be more than maybe I'm 100 and I don't know, God will take me. I cannot talk more. Moreover, to that 20 years, this country, if we don't fish out properly, will damage the country because those who want to rule us, those 20 years children, 17 years, they are now reaching about 40 or 45. And 40, 45, they are being government. What are they going to do? This is my fear. It's fear that all of us, the religious leaders, any elders, wake up and build up your children to infrastructure, restructure them, and at the same time, impart the knowledge of God to them, let them have the fear of God and that into work modalities. Now we are gradually want to go to World Cup. That's our mindset. When it comes to sports, all of us, we are one. But when it's no sports, we are not one. I want you to understand that. When it comes to sport, Nigeria is one. When we are not, that sport, we are not one. We separate ourselves. Because once you are Nigerian, you have to support Nigeria. That's okay. Only sport brought us together and put sanity to our face. We smile by sports. When we win or we lose, we know what we do. It takes. Now, that's more. Grassroots football is most important. I can give an example for some people who have done it and they make it. Today in Drusu, we were able to carry under 16 to 17 World Cup, and he's surviving it. He make the World Cup grand. Now we can talk about Yemi Tella. He did the same thing, under 21, under 17. He made it under the grassroots. Now, we don't cherish the grassroots football. We didn't value them, they are important. There's no provision toward that. Probably if the FA have plans for under 17 tournaments or league playing within the communities, I think we can build up. Moreover, too, in schools, we are not cherishing schools in all sports affairs so that we can get a grassroots from the children. That is number two. But if you are now believing that we want to have a national team, we have to bring somebody to import from England to come and play. Who doesn't play the league in Nigeria? Today, we are facing challenges. Reason because most players we have in national team, none of them are playing league in Nigeria. There is no proprietor handled club side in Nigeria no more because taxes are too high. And government was not doing any work, probably. It didn't care about sport, but only went to count to cherish them that, yeah, we have done well. But if you are pumping money to that particular area, we can build up better. Give us the grassroots, we can make it. It depends upon how we could do it. That's my fear. I want to talk to our parents, and I want to talk to the nation, I want to talk to the government. Please, I am saying it. I'm not a soothsayer, but spiritually, psychologically, sit down and watch what is going on. If you are here, you are fine, but get outside. You see a lot of things you never see before. Children of 17 years, they're drunk. They do a lot of things. Now they are holding phone. Even technology are killing most Nigerians right now. Parents are holding phone. They don't care what the children do. Fathers or mothers that do the same thing. They hold phone from morning to night. They are looking what is that TikTok or whatever coming in, and they say we'll get money. Now they are now looking for in way of getting money. Say, call me, chat with me, I will get you money. This is what is going on. The children are not interested to work because there's no work. Now, we are automatically, if you have a children, you have a problem. One, if your child wants to marry, ask him whether he knows how to cook food, a female or male. They all eat fast food. So what are you going to do? Nobody can cook. Your in-law come to your house tomorrow. He say, I want to eat something. He said, it's not ISO at all. It's a disgrace. And we also, we are part of the system. We never support our children. Then moreover too, we parents too, we don't do well. And moreover, government too is not our system. Now school fees are too expensive. We have private schools are very expensive. Nobody checkmate what is going on. And moreover, the government school, we are not giving the facilities they need. Probably we have computers in our schools, government schools. It's better. Only private school have it. But the government school, they didn't care about it. Whatever you gain, you gain. And this is government school. That is the main thing. The government know what it has. You have to build it the better way so that other people, other schools will follow the same process. So moreover, in school education is outright. Let's forget about it. If we want to talk about education, because we are not ready. Everybody is now for business. And that business, illegal business, everybody is doing what is pleased itself. Likewise that, if the government have interest, then if we, the parents, have interest in what our children we have, because somebody don't have a child today, say, I want to have a child. He will force himself to have a child. But can you take care of that child? These are the main things we have to talk about. In the future, we are parents. We have not done well. So we have to checkmate ourselves that look at the mirror and look at yourself. I'm fine. The same fine, let's make sure the children will be fine. Everything God created is good.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of, most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. That's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing. But the standard of the league is very poor. And they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. Clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 30, 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place, and there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. You know, they're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, for, you know, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need...
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That, I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. You know, it has nothing, we have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, you know, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that, you know, has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top, talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions. You'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed. You know, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sport. So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, you know, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team, we were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy. It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see, the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference within for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the seniors, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after, because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. Solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. For me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together? If they're half-baked. Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. You don't see. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And also, then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
That we should relax and enjoy every minute of the program, of the conference. We have a lot of things. We have a Also would like to recognize the presence of the chairperson of today, in person of Morenike George Taylor. She's the president, Restaurant, Cakes, Bars, and Clubs Association. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Lucas Rahim, who is the director of SIRD, Lagos State Consumer Protection Agency, SOUQ. You're welcome. Thank you for coming. Also in our midst is Engineer Greg Ashibogu. He's the chairman, GK Foundation and Grashi Global Foundation. You're welcome, sir. Please a round of applause for him, please. He has been a supporter of Mr. Razak's work. Thank you so very much. You're welcome, sir. We also like to recognize the presence of Engineer Oyatoye, who is the Director, Policy, Research and Development, Lagos State Safety Commission. Thank you for coming, sir. We appreciate your presence. Thank you. Representing the DG of NAFDAC in our midst is Dr. Ifeoma Okapo. A round of applause. Thank you so very much for coming. We appreciate your presence. Thank you very much. We also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Oluwole Ogundele, who is the guest speaker. Thank you so very much for gracing this occasion. We are elated to have you around. Also in our midst today is Mr. Laja Shomiron. He's also a guest speaker today. A round of applause.
To be the one that convened this maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, it is my utmost pleasure to welcome you all to this occasion. Let's give ourselves a round of applause. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to each and every one of you for taking your time to join us today. Your presence here is a testament to the commitment to excellence in the restaurant and hospitality industry. Together, we gather under the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The theme reflects our shared passion for advancing the restaurant industry and our dedication to staying ahead of the curve in terms of innovation, sustainability, and excellence. And as we navigate the complexity of the modern restaurant landscape, it is imperative that we prioritize these three pillars: innovation, sustainability, and excellence, which will form the foundation of our discussions today as we explore the cutting-edge strategies, best practices, and innovative solutions to drive success in our industry. We have assembled impressive lineup of speakers, including our keynote speaker, my own mama, Mrs. Bose Ayeni, the founder of Analysts PSC. Please help me to clap for her. He's also the past president of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria. And another motivator, Moreni Taylor, the president of the Restaurant Cafe, Bars and Clubs Association, who is the chairperson of today's occasion, to guide through this conference proceeding. I'm equally happy to have the Deputy Managing Director of Street Sensation Professionally and the host of others. I was happy when we wrote letters to the DG of NAFDAC and I said, we are going to be there. So, this year, Dr. Okafor, I'm happy that you are here. God will bless all of us. Throughout the day, we'll be treated to insightful representations, engaging discussion with our special guests, eminent speakers, AI experts, social media marketing specialists, financial gurus, regulators, industry leaders, and many more valuable networking opportunities for us. Throughout the day, we will explore the latest trends, best practices, and innovative solutions that are shaping the restaurant industry. As Hospitality Care, we are dedicated to empowering restaurant professionals with knowledge, skills, and expertise required to excel in our increasingly competitive market. And this conference is a testament to our excellence to elevate the art of restaurant management. The conference is designed to provide a platform for restaurant managers, operators, and industry professionals to come together to inspire, educate, and empower you with the tools and insights necessary to excel in this dynamic and competitive industry. I would like to acknowledge the support of our sponsors, partners, and collaborators who have made this conference possible. Your contributions are invaluable, and we are grateful for your commitment to the growth and development of the restaurant industry. Equally, I would like to acknowledge the tireless effort of our team, who have worked diligently to bring this conference to life. Your hard work and dedication are truly appreciated. Without much ado, the MC has said we need to engage ourselves fully, ask questions, and share our perspective. We're ready to learn appears at this Restaurant Managers Conference 2005. So let us work together to elevate the art of restaurant management and take our industry to the next and enviable height. Once again, I want to appreciate you, and I know by the end of the day, we are not going to leave with getting good health. And at the end of the day, our return on investment is not going to be a waste of time. Thank you once again.
Dedicated to the growth and development of the restaurant and hospitality industry in Nigeria. The restaurant and hospitality industry is a vital pillar of Nigeria's economy. It provides employment to millions, drives tourism, supports local farmers and food suppliers, and contributes significantly to our GDP. This sector is not just about serving or providing accommodation. It is about experiences, innovation, and economic transformation. With Nigeria's growing population and increasing demand for quality services, we must continue to evolve and expand our industry's potential. This conference is an essential platform for sharing best practices, discussing industry challenges, and exploring emerging trends such as digital transformation, AI, sustainability, customer experience enhancement, and food safety. It is through collaboration and knowledge sharing that we can stay ahead in this competitive landscape and ensure our businesses thrive in an ever-changing world. The RCBC Association is dedicated to uniting industry players, advocating for policies that support business growth, and providing resources to help our members excel. By joining our association, participants have always had access to valuable networking opportunities, training programs, and strategic partnerships. That's one of the reasons we're excited to partner on this particular conference. With that in mind, I encourage every person here to actively participate in the discussions, share your insights, and take full advantage of this event. It is now my honor to declare this event officially open. Thank you. I have just a few more things to say before I hand over the microphone. So my question one more time is, did I get my slides up or will I be winging it? Can you see my slides? Thank you, it's okay, don't worry. So this is supposed to be a little bit interactive, right? It's a managers conference and I always have something to say to managers. So do we have any managers here? Can you wave your hands? If you're in a managerial or supervisory position, can you wave your hands, please? Fantastic, thank you. So I think I'm in the right room. I wasn't sure when anybody raised their hand. Okay, so I want to ask a question. Who is a manager? Someone should help me, please. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? Anyone can take the answer. If nobody gives an answer, you guys need to answer. Who is a manager? Who is a manager? I have my team for 355, so don't worry. I came prepared. It's called Start With Your Why. You are standing in a position and you have an opportunity to improve your life and improve the lives of those around you. You impact people's lives. Someone that wants to propose to their girlfriend and wants to get married, you will be part of their life experience forever, just by being a manager in a restaurant or in a food establishment. So it's such a critical role that if you are occupying it, you need to understand what role am I in. And from my own organization, not only did I invite managers, I invited supervisors that want to be managers. Because when you aspire towards a position, you need to know what that position is going to be. Okay, let's assume we know what a manager is now. What does an effective manager do? So can I have just a few contributions? What does an effective manager do? Yes, please. Manager will lead by example. Lead by, please give her a round of applause. I am in the right room. I think I'm in the right room. I'm starting to feel like I'm in the right room. Another answer, please.
An effective manager first needs to work on yourself. myself. I don't know if any of you are familiar with the book 21 Laws of Leadership by John Maxwell. And there's a law called the law of the lead, meaning that you can only lead people up to where your capacity is. Once your capacity is here, you're not going to lead anyone above that. So working on yourself is critical. Please give her a round of applause. Can I have one more answer? Because my time is limited. What does an effective manager do? An effective manager must be proactive. Thank you. I like that word, proactive. Let's please give her a round of applause. I spelled out a few things I think that a good manager should be able to have under their sleeve. And I'm just going to take just about 2-3 minutes and I'm going to get off the stage. Don't worry. So I have here, you must be hospitable. I call it the spirit of hospitality. If you don't have the spirit of hospitality, what are you doing here? Why are you a manager? Hospitality is such a critical spirit that it influences you. Are you the kind of person that when people walk into the room, you would say hi? Or because it's your job that you're saying hi? When somebody is panting, would you offer them a glass of water? If someone sits down and they're sweating profusely because they just came out from outside, do you think that the person has to order water before the waiter goes to them and says, sorry sir, would you like a bottle of water? The act of being hospitable. So if you are not hospitable, definitely this will not be the right career for you. What else should a manager be? A manager should be in control. I expect that if you are actually told to govern an organization, you are in control of what's happening in that organization. How can you be in control of what you don't know? So you must be aware of everything that's happening in that place. From the kitchen, to the floor, to your marketing, to your customers, what are they saying? If you sit in your office all the time, how are you going to know what your customers are saying about your products, about your space? A good manager must be able to supervise. What is supervision? Is it just giving orders? Or ensuring that orders are completed? How many times do we need to follow up with you when something is stated? A good manager must be meticulous. Because sometimes, staff are very tricky. They will tell you that they clean the place, they will clean only the top. When you now go and lift it up, you now notice that this cleaner did not clean the bottom of this place. How are you going to ensure that the right thing is done if you're not meticulous? Almost done. A good manager must be intentional. You must decide that you have decided that you're going to be good at what you do, you're going to be among the best. Really and truly, I am for women empowerment. And I do specifically love coaching women to stand out. Because for a woman to have an opportunity, she usually must be 10 times better than a man. So if it's a man that's pretty good, people will just say, oh, let us give that opportunity. But before they give a woman an opportunity to become a CEO or a CEO, you see her CV. Her CV is double the CV of the man that equally goes about job. Please give women a round of applause. Okay, the men are happy. Give all of themselves a round of applause. A good manager must be a good example. And finally, practice servant leadership. I want you as you attend this conference to pick up a few things and decide, what will I do differently following this conference? Maybe I missed something. Before I close on my work day, does anyone want to add anything else that they think a good manager should be? Any other comments? Thank you, ma'am.
Good teamwork and good communication.
Give her a round of applause! There's no I in team. If you are not a team player, why are you a manager? You can't do everything yourself. You must believe in division of labor. And that's why I asked all of you to join me with my presentation this morning by asking questions. So thank you so much for your time, and I hope that this conference will be as packed for you as it is for me. Thank you.
Audit, compliance, learning and development, and strategic business management. She currently serves as Deputy Managing Director and Executive Director at Sweet Sensation, a pioneering quick service restaurant QSR company in Nigeria. Ayo's career began at PwC, where she managed audit and compliance reviews for publicly listed companies in North America. She earned a reputation for driving change, optimizing processes, and building strong teams, rising to a global managerial role. Her ability to innovate and lead has been instrumental in SOUQ Sensation's ongoing transformation. Under her leadership, the company has implemented strategic growth initiatives, enhanced internal accountability, and restructured internal processes to ensure business continuity and sustainability. Ayo's empowering leadership style emphasizes coaching, collaboration, and clear communication. I think he really is that. So let's please give him a round of applause. I know that there's a team of people who support him, who coach him, who help him, who partner with him. So I want to also take time to acknowledge and recognize them. Please give them a round of applause. Special thank you to the distinguished speakers and guests. I also stand on all existing protocol. But even with that, I cannot but honor Mrs. Bolayeni, who's here. Mrs. Bolayeni, the founder of Fertilizers and pioneer in the industry. Thank you for your continued support of the industry. It's also lovely to meet the chairperson of RCPC, an organization I belong to as well. So welcome. Thank you. I don't follow my NAFDAC people, I will get in trouble. So, well done, man. Thank you for all you do at NAFDAC. Thank you. Making sure that food is safe and that people can live quality lives. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay. Before I dive into my very, very brief speech, I must honor my mother, Lady Dame Kende Hampson, the founder and CEO of SOUQ Sensation. Chairperson of restaurant. I'm grateful for the organization she built because giving me a platform, it's giving various people a platform to lead, to inspire others. So she's not able to be here, but I bring lovely greetings from her to everyone here. Okay, so I've been asked to give a very, very short welcome speech, or I think it's opening the short speech by special guest. And you know, this topic, elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence, is so relevant. So this, I want to start by just saying, this topic is so relevant to our industry. Anyone who's been in an industry for a few years knows how important these topics are. The industry is shifting rapidly, things are changing so fast. Sometimes you understand your consumer, sometimes you don't even understand them anymore. Technology is reshaping how things happen, and things are moving at a fast speed. So I'm so grateful to be part of a conference that recognizes the importance of these topics and brings people together to learn about these topics. Sustainability is no longer just a buzzword, it is a business imperative. How can we make sure that the organization not just survives, but thrives and can be sustainable for years to come? And I'm really grateful that we have the opportunity to learn about that at this conference. So, for those who are here, whether you sponsored yourself to come here or whether your company has funded you, I want to really encourage you to listen. The ability to invest in yourself, to come for conferences, for trainings, it's a powerful investment in yourself. My team who's here, hi team, they know that we talk about growth a lot. Any investment in yourself, whether it's training, conferences, networking, learning from others, at the end of the day, it's a powerful investment in yourself. And as you grow, you can also inspire other people to grow as well. So please be open-minded, please listen, please take notes. Network with your peers or colleagues or people who you admire within the industry. But please make sure you learn. Make sure when you go back to your companies, you are teaching others as well, others who couldn't be here, and then you're allowing others to grow as you grow yourself. So thank you again to everyone. Welcome to the conference, and thank you again to the convener for the opportunity to be here.
Let's clap for you who is not here. Which message from Special Advisor to the President on Capacity Development. As the Special Advisor to the President on Capacity Development, I'm honored to extend warm greetings to all attendees of this prestigious Restaurant Managers Conference. This gathering is a powerful reflection of our collective commitment to the growth of our hospitality sector, an area that the President deeply values. His administration recognizes that capacity development is not merely a strategic initiative. It is a cornerstone of our national vision for economic diversification and sustainable development. The President is genuinely interested in empowering our workforce, as he understands that the success of our industries rests upon the skills and dedication of our people. The hospitality industry is an integral to Nigeria's economy, playing a vital role in job creation, cultural exchange, and promotion of our rich heritage. By fostering a thriving restaurant sector, we contribute to the broader narrative of national pride and economic resilience. The President believes that by investing in the training and development of our hospitality professionals, we are not only enhancing service standards, but also positioning Nigeria as a premium destination for culinary experience and global tourism. As we look to the future, our administration is committed to organizing more training programs and conferences that will empower our hospitality professionals, and conferences like this is one of those things. We envision a collaborative framework where industry leaders, government, and educational institutions work hand in hand to cultivate a workforce that is not only skilled, but also innovative and adaptable to the evolving landscape of our hospitality industry. Thank you for your participation and for your vital contribution to this essential sector. Together, we will build a robust and dynamic hospitality industry that meets the diverse needs of our citizens and visitors alike. Honorable SOUQ Ravi.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm highly privileged to be here. You imagine what this young lady here is doing. I'm particularly excited for this opportunity to stand in this capacity from Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology, especially where I represent as the chief servant. You know, that name chairman is just a name. They're actually the chief servant of the institute, and I'm privileged to be doing that because the Institute of Food Science and Technology has raised me to be a confident person and to be able to add value to the society. And I think that is the beauty of life. That life is not just who you are, but those you are also able to raise. And so, anywhere I have the opportunity to speak, I always give that credit to my mentors, my several mentors who are now fellows of the Nigerian Institute of Food Science and Technology. Particularly, let me congratulate Mr. Razak, our own food evangelist. We call him Mr. Food. He has several names. He has several names. I have my Google message, but I don't feel like speaking to us. Mr. Razak is a blessing to us in the Institute, and we are praying for him. This is just a tip of the iceberg of what God is about to use him to do in Nigeria and beyond that in the world. And so I'm happy to witness this maiden edition of the Restaurant Managers Conference. This is a great one. Please can you give yourself rounds of applause. I'm particularly excited because just yesterday I was privileged to train bakery and pastry staffs, you know, in a big conglomerate when it comes to confectionaries in Lagos, Ogun, and some states at Shagam Artists yesterday. And one of the things I told them is that as leaders, as managers, you are the team leader. It is not just what you tell your staff, it is what they see you do. No food, the best of food safety management system will not fly if it does not start and end at your table. If the staff need PPEs, you are not providing it, what more can they do? If you can enter the processing floor without doing the needful, then you are not not shown them the right example. And so as restaurant managers, as supervisors, when it comes to anything food processing, you are at the center and you must do what is right. And you know, if it is not safe, it is not food. If people buy your products and they come down with gastroenteritis, then there won't be a repeat purchase. And that's the truth. And so that means they are losing trust in your brand. So for you to build trust in every bite, like one of my friends who is also a food safety trainer here would say, then you have to do the right thing. And so we are here, that's why we are all here. To learn, to unlearn, and relearn. And I'm sure you'll get the best from this conference. So this is just the beginning. I wish you all greater and bigger opportunities to learn and shape the Nigerian economy and ensure food security in Nigeria. So you're all welcome. Mr. Razak, congratulations. You're a brother and you made a brother. We continue to support all that you do. Thank you, Mrs. Moderator. Don't worry, I'm coming back with a lecture on medicine.
Mr. Razak, we are here now. You will not understand the meaning of that statement. My name is Okubaba today. I'm the Executive Secretary of Restaurant and Food Services Providers Association of Nigeria, RESPAN. I'm representing, or rather I'm standing in for the President of the Association, the Pende Campaign, ably represented by the DFP of Sensation Confectionaries, Mrs. Ayani Baba. I said, Mr. Razak, we are here now. Almost around this time, November, we met here for a function. And this was the place that Mr. Razak informed me about this program, November. And since November till January, he kept calling and calling and calling and calling. I'm not like, this program is in March. You started bugging me November, December, January. Calm down, Mr. Razak. Through January, February, you would think I'm the one in custody of his kidney. At the time, I have to ask myself, I'm not running this man's kidney now. Why is he disturbing me? And eventually, you know, I picked this call February. And I told him, I know. You sent in every necessary documents. December, the rest assured, we will come. Since I'm not hearing from you, I'm not, getting any feedback. I'm like, the program is March. We will come. So, Mr. Razak, I say again, we are here. Thank you. Now, Restaurant and Food Service Providers Association of Nigeria, we're a non-partisan, non-profit making organization established with the aim of protecting the interests of our members in their dealings with regulatory bodies and regulatory agencies. Like the moderator mentioned, that was then. I can give you the assurance that you enter into any of our member restaurants, you will be served quality, not just quantity, quality hot sizzling meals that you will like. Formerly, we used to be the Association of Fast Food Confectioners of Nigeria, AFCON. And we tried getting more members. We approached the fine dining restaurant and they're like, no, you guys are Association of Fast Food Confectioners and you know the mentality. When it comes to fast food, they believe it's all about junk. And mind you, our logo is there, used to be Eat AFCON, Eat Safety. They're not like, we are saying eat fast food, eat safety. Isn't that a contradiction somehow? But we ask ourselves, and you also need to ask too. You walk into a tantalizer outlet, you walk into a sweet sensation outlet, you walk into a labule outlet, you walk into a TFC outlet, and you get to be served a big item. You have pottage, you have jollof rice, you have fried rice, you have a efori roll, you have pounded yam. Are these fast food? No. So that is the reason why we decided to change the name and reorientate that conception that we have regarding AFCON. We now became Restaurant and Fast Food Proprietary Association of Nigeria. And our motto still remains, eat restaurant, eat safety. You can be rest assured that any meal you are eating from a member outlet is safe and is okay. Elevating the art of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I want to give you the utmost assurance that the keynote speaker for today is someone who is not just a person, but a voice when it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria. Quote me anywhere. When it comes to restaurant business in Nigeria, the person of Mrs. Bossa, she happens to be the restaurant sole representative, myself as well, with the Nigeria Economic Study Group, whereby, you know, the foundation, the program, the roadmap for the new agenda regarding hospitality in Nigeria is being chartered, is being put together. And she was being given an award for her participation, her full involvement and participation in this program, presented by the Honorable Minister for Tourism, Arts and Culture. So, like the MC said, speaker before me said, please relax or learn, relearn, because we are here for a whole lot of lecturing, teaching, and the rest. And every other guest speakers that are taking the sections today, you can be rest assured, yes, they are sound. Mr. Razak, count on us as an able and ready-made partners for this program going forward. Thank you. God bless you all.
My name is SOUQ News. Look at SOUQ. I'm standing here for my general manager, for Esquire. Let me start by congratulating the organizers of this auspicious program that is due to be highly educated. I can see that. Because the Consumer Protection Agency was actually established in 2015 by Lagos State Consumer Protection Law to ensure that consumers in Lagos State get value for money spent on either goods and services. And also to ensure that Lagosians are protected from hazardous products and also protected against unfair trade practices. So these are our core mandates. Going back to this event, which is about food safety, I know the keynote speakers are going to do justice to their topic. So in order not to preempt, I don't think I have the knowledge to do that. So I would just want to mention some brief issues in the kitchen area from the experience we've had over the years as an agency. This restaurant operation involves handling, preparation, and storage of food. So those are the key areas we want the operators and managers to look into, to look to the improvement on these three areas. Also, while preparing food for consumers, they should try as much as possible to avoid cross-contamination and food spoilage, so on and so forth. But the area I want to really dwell on is service, how consumers are treated on and off the restaurant. So the first point of contact for every consumer or every customer in the restaurant is the on-the-spot service, how they are received. So I want to say that since the managers are here, over the years, most of the complaints we attended to in the agency has to do with how consumers are received. Not necessarily bad food or bad meal. So I want us to look into that, and possibly our speakers too should help us to address that. Then, apart from on-the-spot services, when I buy food in the restaurant, possibly I take it away, and I get home, I realize that what I bought is not what I actually want, or I detect. In some cases, we have seen somebody who bought food that saw a fly in the food. You cannot do that. So now, while trying to reach out to the restaurant, the person at the other hand failed to do justice or to attend to the complaint queue. So I want us to, apart from putting somebody that is correct, I think that is the most practice. We put somebody that can speak well. Not that. You should endeavor to ensure that the person at the other hand knows well about the business. He can answer questions, treat issue on the spot. And if the person that is receiving complaint at first time cannot do that, he should be trained to escalate the problem to a senior manager or somebody who is well equipped about how the business is run, so that we avoid sanctions and penalties from government agencies like SOUQ. I want to inform you that the 2015 law has been reviewed and signed into law by His Excellency Mr. Governor, 2024 law, that empowers agents to seal off premises without referring to the court. Initially, we have to go to the court to seek for a seal order. So I'm not saying that we are out to, like my general manager will say, allow business to thrive in Lagos. We are not out to destroy businesses, but then we are not going to lose our focus, which is to ensure that consumers in the Lagos state are protected. We are all consumers. So this is a very big opportunity for everyone here, both managers, the operators, and of course all of us are consumers, to ensure that we improve on the service delivery in our restaurants. To round up, like we always say, consumers in Lagos State are kings. So I want to enjoy all of us here. We always treat consumers as kings. That is the message from my general manager, Afolabi Shilego Express. Thank you, and God bless you.
The distinguished guests, esteemed restaurant manager, industry, stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to extend warm greeting to you all on behalf of the Lagos State Safety Commission at this prestigious gathering, the Restaurant Manager Conference. I commend the organizers for selecting such a crucial and forward-thinking team, elevating the heart of restaurant management, innovation, sustainability, and excellence. The hospitality industry, particularly the restaurant sector, plays a vital role in the economic and social fabric of Lagos State. As a hub of diverse culinary experiences and a key driver of tourism, restaurants are more than just places to eat. They are spaces of creativity, culture, and commerce. However, ensuring safety, sustainability, and operational excellence is paramount to their continued growth and success. At the Lagos State Safety Commission, our mission is to promote a safe, secure, and sustainable environment for businesses and residents alike. We recognize that innovation in restaurant management goes beyond culinary creativity. It also involves embracing modern practices and adhering to health regulations and implementing sustainable business models that protect both people and the environment. Sustainability in the restaurant industry is responsible waste management and energy efficiency to ethical sourcing and consumer well-being. Sustainable practices contribute to business longevity and environmental preservation. I urge all restaurant managers to adopt best practices that align with global standards while enhancing customer experience and food safety. Excellence in restaurant management is achieved through continuous learning, strategic leadership, and a commitment to quality. As you deliberate on strategies to elevate your businesses, I encourage you to prioritize staff training, adopt digital innovation, and maintain compliance with regulatory standards to ensure the safety of both the employee and patrons. Lagos State remains committed to supporting businesses through policies that foster growth while ensuring public safety. Lagos State Safety Commission will continue to work collaboratively with stakeholders in the hospitality industry to uphold safety regulations and promote a thriving, resilient, and innovative restaurant sector. Once again, I applaud the organizers of this conference for creating a platform to discuss these vital issues. I wish you all exciting deliberations and successful outcome that will drive the restaurant industry towards greater heights. Thank you. May this conference inspire transformative ideas for a safer, more sustainable, and more excellent restaurant industry in Lagos. Director General, Lagos State Safety Commission, Mr. Larry Mojana.
Thank you so very much, sir. That was very well said. Very well said. I actually don't know what that means. I recognize everybody that is here, and I have not addressed you in person. It's not on this side, but I think we are beginning to look at the time to see how we can manage our time. I welcome you all to this year's edition. And what's not happened before, but from what I heard today, it looks like this is the maiden one. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I welcome you to this conference, and let me start by again joining everybody to salute the doggedness and the passion of the convener, Mr. Razak. They have described it very well. I used to know him as a foodpreneur, but I've heard today that he's actually a food evangelist. Whatever name we call him, and what thing we can't take away from him is his passion for this industry. This avenue that he has provided for us today, where we as restaurant operators gather together to share and to sharpen our knowledge, is a major gap that this is in our industry that is trying to fill. I congratulate you on your achievements so far, all the people that have worked with you, and I wish you success in your future endeavors. I'm excited to be here, and I count it as an honor to be called upon to share with you from my limited knowledge and experience, and also to learn from the different experts that have been put together, that have been invited to help deepen our knowledge in specific areas of restaurant operations today. The theme of our conference, as we have heard over and over again today, is elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence. I will start by talking a little bit about our industry. The Nigerian food service market is estimated to be about $10 billion and growing. About half this market is held by the quick service restaurants, while the other half is shared by casual dining, fine dining, cafes, and the cloud kitchen industry that is not only large, but also has a great potential for growth. As restaurant managers, do
do you see yourself as of today in this huge market that I've just described? Do you see yourself as a tiny drop, like a pinpoint? Or do you see yourself as a significant player in this big industry? Wherever you think you are, one of the things that you should begin to think about from today is how can you increase your portion of this large market that I've just described. The restaurant industry itself has changed rapidly in the last 5 to 10 years. From the imposing brick and mortar structure days, where the idea of social entertainment was limited to visiting fast food restaurants, to today, where the customer would rather be in the comfort of his home and just get his food delivered. Pop-up stalls, food trucks, or sometimes you see them as food cars, are becoming a trend in urban and densely populated areas of our country. These are beginning to account for a good portion of the restaurant, of the revenue of this industry. How then do we ensure that as restaurant managers, we also get a significant portion of this growing pie? Our industry is not without its own share of challenges operating in an environment such as ours in Nigeria. These challenges, which cannot be underestimated, range from rising costs, multiple taxation from different tiers of government, poor infrastructure, strong and formidable competition, manpower skills shortage, and to changing consumer preferences. How do we then, as restaurant managers and restaurant owners, sustain our business in the face of these challenges? Again, when we look at the theme, elevating the art of restaurant management through innovation, sustainability, and excellence, the aim of this theme is to ginger our thoughts as restaurant owners or restaurant managers. First, let's look at innovation. There have been changes in the lifestyle of our target audience, as there have been changes in the demographics that we target. The changes in our industry range from the building structure, like I said, it used to be imposing buildings that we all had, to application of technology, either in the food processing or in consumer engagement methods. And of course, marketing methods have changed dramatically. On a lighter note, while I sat there, Morenica took the picture. She got somebody to take a picture of two of us, and she said, content. And I laughed. I don't know if I said it out to her, but you know, we operate in two different generations. My generation would rather hide, but her generation is to put it in the face of everybody, and that was what she wanted. When she said content, that's again a difference that has happened in the environments that we are currently operating in. COVID-19, with the attending lockdowns and movement restrictions, forced many companies, like some of us who haven't invested in technology, to embrace digital innovation to survive. Innovation in restaurant management can be in the area of technology, can be in the area of offering unique products, can be in the area of introducing new processes, and of course, it can be in the area of enhancing customer experiences through unique customer service methods. Embracing innovation, no doubt, has its own definite benefits. The benefits will range from increased visibility. You can also leverage technology to reach a wider network of your consumers or potential customers through all these mobile devices that you carry around. Innovation can help us in improving our service delivery. We can leverage technology technology to tailor services specifically to meet the needs of our customers. Innovation can help to reduce costs through process automation or the use of technology to replace, where possible, all customer-facing activities. There are businesses that don't even have the front of their house activities anymore. They use technology to take the orders and they deliver. Technology is therefore playing a key role in food processing process, how to order, when to order, and how to pay for the order. These apps are also being used to manage customer loyalty. The use of technology itself impacts the need for brick and mortar stores. Like I've said, not only will it impact or has it impacted the size, even the existence of those structures. And of course, the size of the restaurant itself. Who needs a whole building if you can reach your customers through technology? Or if your customers can't reach you through technology? Customer engagement is another area where innovation can be seen in our industry. These engagement methods are geared towards giving the customer unique dining experiences from, for example, arts and restaurants, where your food is cooked right in front of you. It's a unique experience just to cook the customer. And of course, you can use technology to modify your recipes to suit the customer's preferences. Unlike where we have mixed recipes that is made to fit a general populace. These emerging changes mean that the restaurant operators, we must be ready to also have a mindset shift from the way we used to do things, if we are going to remain contemporary, or if we are going to remain relevant in the industry that we currently operate at. How do we adapt to changing consumer preferences if we do not innovate? Innovation must therefore reflect not only in our marketing methods as the customer profiles and lifestyles are changing. These days, we talk about brand ambassadors, brand influencers, and social media influencers. These never existed 10, 15 years ago, but in present day, they constitute a major chunk of the marketing budget. I go on to sustainability. An organization, much like a living human being, is constantly changing, but it's constantly adapting to it. Sustainability will touch on key decisions that we take from the business model itself to what our capital structure should be if we want that business to survive, and of course to the key business processes that we go through, all with the view of continued survival of the enterprise. In other climes, the care for the environment and the society at large is linked to business sustainability. Implementing global sustainable practices like reducing food waste through repurposing leftovers, using eco-friendly packaging materials, and so on and so forth, can reduce costs while at the same time reducing environmental impact. Of recent, we all know Lagos State bans the use of styrofoam and other single-use plastics. All major supermarkets are no longer using the carry-out bags, the traditional carry-out bags that they had before, and customers are now being forced to pay for reusable bags or biodegradable bags. We, as an industry, must be prepared for the extension and enforcement of sale to our industry. What then will that position be? I keep wondering, are they going to charge for the more expensive bags? Or how do we absorb the additional cost in the cost of the meal in the restaurant? How are we focusing locally produced items to replace the imported ones, from raw materials to packaging? How are we managing our inventory systems to reduce waste, which impacts not only the environment, but also increases our cost or reduces our profit? How do we reduce reduce or minimize electricity use? How do we reduce carbon footprint and create a greener future for the planet? How are we supporting ethical labor practices? Embracing sustainability leads to several advantages, which include profitability, as I mentioned, and profitability, you all know, is a must to the survival of our enterprise. We move on to excellence. Excellence must encapsulate all that we drive in the restaurant business. How do we achieve customer service excellence or ensure consistent customer satisfaction? Operational excellence is what sets one apart from competitors. Excellence is what leads to growth and success in the business. Managers, but quite a number of us are managers working for other people. If you are not the policy or decision maker in your organization, then you must pass on whatever the takeaways are from today's conference. You must have a clear understanding of your market, the environment in which you operate, the type of people that you're catering to, and of course, what actually appeals to them. You must have a full picture of your costs and of what determines your profit. It is good to be able to benchmark your performance against industry standards where applicable. You must drive year-on-year growth, both revenue and customer throughput. Because anything that is not growing is dying. The knowledge experts are here today. Let's listen to them attentively. And after their presentations, we can seek clarifications as found necessary. Thank you all for listening. I wish you a successful day.
Temperature abuse is very important. Madam had mentioned temperature abuse. Again, I will repeat, you cannot take away food safety, quality control from food loss and waste. Customer self-service waste. I know a lot of times if I go to a restaurant, I go to a hotel, I would want to serve myself. And, well, maybe the Nigerian, I wouldn't say the Nigerian way, right? But sometimes as customers, we tend to overtake what we cannot finish. So you go, oh, this is a buffet, you pay 20K. But the whole, they say, oh, really? I want takeoff, I want hamburger, I want this, and then everything on your plate, and then you end up eating just one spoon. That is another waste, and that is waste on the part of also the restaurant. And they say, oh, they've already paid now, so what's the point? That is also another waste because those ingredients that would have been used to prepare another thing is wasted. But you can even serve more customers and make more money that will be in your pocket, but it is not going into the trash, okay? And the last one is the trash and the waste bin. Sometimes we talk about sorting. I know that the restaurants that have the whole, this is recycle, this is food waste, but people don't follow it. They don't follow the color codes on their waste bin. They end up putting all the food waste that can be recycled with the plastic waste all in one trash can. And then what happens in that case? It goes down to the landfill, which is also money. In fact, not just food waste, money taking step in a very nice way, catwalking into the landfill, which is profits going out. But you don't have a plan for donation or recovery. Now, there are many charity organizations that restaurants can partner with when you have excess food. You can partner with the Lagos Food Bank and also other charity organizations that you can say, okay, we have this whole a pattern of excessive food and people can come and take some of this food. I mean, why can't we feed the nation? Are we not one? Anyway, moving on. Now, what is the role? Am I communicating? How about not too fast? I want to enjoy this discussion here. Very good, thank you. Now, what is the role of food safety failure? Poor food handling practices and quality control in food loss and waste. safety failure, improper storage. If you don't store your food properly, you will end up having older products, or you will not follow FIFA, right? She has mentioned it, she has given us explanation of what FIFA and FIFA is. I'm going to dive into that. But if you don't store your food properly, you end up having food waste. Most times when I audit restaurants, right, it's very simple for them to have a failure in non-conformity in this aspect, because they always tend to go clean the product on the shelf and nobody's really checking for dates. Another thing that can cause this problem is when you have all of your products on the shelf. Why? Or you buy a lot of this product and you end up not even using it. Especially those ones with a short best before, a short shelf life. Temperature abuse. That's another food safety failure, and cross-contamination too. Now when it comes to poor food handling practices, again, you can never take away FIFA from this. It's handling during preparation. If you don't handle your food properly, and they go to the floor, that's waste already. Except of course in your restaurants, when food drops on the floor, you pick it, you clean it, and you serve the customer. And I'm sure that I don't have any restaurant managers that are doing that poor quality practices. The lack of hygiene. She has talked about washing your hands, your earrings, all of those things. It's very important that as managers or as food business staff, we need to have proper hygiene. If you lack good hygiene, it's as well as putting money into the waste bin. And lastly, quality control, overcooking, undercooking, inconsistent portioning, getting food for minor defects. I don't know if this is news to many of us, right? But sometimes people reject product because they look ugly. Not for food safety cases, or not for the sake of food safety, but because I don't just like how this tomato is looking. It's not looking very fine. So they end up throwing it away. But you need to understand that nobody knows whether the tomato is fine or ugly when it is being cooked. So you need to have a very good relationship with your vendors. Tell your vendors, okay, these are the qualities I am looking out for. Have a checklist. Train your vendors and train the staffs around, those who are handling it. Because see, training is very important though. It's not you come to work, you resume work that first day, wear your hairnets, wash your hands, remove your earrings, and that's the end. Training should be continuous. You can have on-the-job training. You can have trainings with external people. You should have a trainer who is already in a restaurant that can train down on those who are upcoming. Okay? So the role of food safety, poor food handling, and risk control can never be taken away from food loss and waste. Remember, food safety failure can make you bleed money. Poor food handling practices will make you lose money. Poor quality control, you are losing money, and that is money and that is profit that should have been generated back into more money. Now, what are the best practices, tools, and techniques in combating this hidden cost that is draining into your profit, which is food waste? Number one, for your purchasing managers and storekeepers, let them check orders for quality when receiving. Have a checklist. If it's not documented, it means it is not done. So if there's no checklist and you are not coming to the public is good, there's a tendency that there will be a mistake. And once it gets into your kitchen, it may get rejected. Ensure people when storing, donate under use item, but always track. If you know that you're always having excessive products, you need to keep a track and say, okay, why am I having this product? Is it that it's not moving? People don't like it. So that don't end up buying a lot of things that you're giving out, because really for restaurants, you're not buying to give out for free. You are buying to make money, to put back into your business. So we have a lot of product that's every day or every month, getting here out, you're donating it excessively. They need to have a track record and say, do I need to take this off completely, or do I need to reduce it? Again, train your staff. Now for chefs and stewards, smart menu planning. You need to plan your menu with ingredients that can make too many food products. So if you're having, say lentils for instance, how many food products or how many menus can lentils do? Start thinking in that way. Start menu planning. Don't just plan it. I have 55 menus. Look all of them in one day. At the end of the day, just 5 food. What happens to the rest of them? It is waste. That's money that should have been used for any other thing that's going to waste. Okay? Portion control and waste. Your calibration, your skills, are you calibrating them? So you're calibrating your skills. Why are you calibrating the dry weights? So it's not a function of every morning you carry 5 kg, you put your seat, good. 10 kg, you put on your scale, it's good. Those dry weights, are you calibrating them? Do you have external parties that come to calibrate those skills to show that you're ensuring the right portion? What about using data to track your demand? Again, forecasting, demand forecasting. The product or the number of products you would have each Ramadan period. You agree with me that it is different from the one you start experiencing from next week. True or false? I need an answer, please. True or false? Exactly. People are fasting this period, right? So the likelihood that there will be a lot of people in the restaurants might not be as much as when people are not fasting. So consider all of those things when you're planning your menu. Then of course, digital waste tracking. There are a lot of AI tools that can help you tracking your waste. We have Window and a whole lot of others. And then have taking off. I think that you have to take away options and lots of other take away options. What about for your buffet host and event coordinators? So that everybody is involved, from the purchasing manager to chefs and stewards, even to event coordinators. Know the amount of guests that you are inviting to an event and plan accordingly. Have a food waste policy. This is new. I know for manufacturing companies, because those who are the FSSA national space, it is not new to them. But for restaurants, having a waste policy might be new, and to be a good initiative so that your customers know that you're trying to make money and to also save the environment. So to be a good thing to have a food safety, a food waste policy initiative, partner with food banks and again train. But the important thing is train. Do not get tired of training. If you get tired of training, call experts that can help you train your people. Please again, I'm saying train your people. And FHSC also carry out training. Just let me put it out there. Now, what is an action plan? I have mentioned what food loss and waste is. I have mentioned where food waste can be gotten, can be from the preface or the post phase, right? Before the customer or after the customer. What you need to do? Start with a food waste audit. We all know that we all have the HACCP team, right? You can also have a food loss team. Everybody should be involved. And should also start from management. You see, food loss and waste should not be having conversation on the shop floor or in your kitchen. You should be having food loss conversations in the boardrooms where your boss is saying, we're having a lot of waste, what do we need to do? That's the only way you can find change. But if you're talking about food loss and waste in the kitchen, you might not really have that effect you want it to have. So the most important thing is to have meetings, with the top management, get them involved, and have a team. Then start with a food waste audit. Every food business is a system to identify where waste is happening, to track reduction and enforce prevention. So we talked about where the waste can happen. Now, I do not know your individual kitchens, so I cannot tell you where your hotspots are. That is the work of everyone here. After this conference, remember that the lady with the glasses said, know where my hotspots are. Go to your kitchen. Managers tie into their KPIs. Let everybody identify where the hotspots are. And then there's a strategy of technology that we talk about. It's called TNA. You target, you measure, and you act. But I'd like to expand it a bit. You target, you measure, you reduce, and you act when you communicate. It's very simple. Have a smart goal. Tell everybody, or you tell yourself, okay, in the next 6 months, I want us to reduce our food waste by 30% in maybe portioning. And because if there is no goal, you'll be too relaxed to want to track. So goals keep you on the edge. Like, okay, I have a goal. What do I need to do? So that is what targeting goals. Then you measure, you track where my waste coming from. Is it from the preface or from the post phase? You need to know, you need to measure. When you measure, you know whether or not you're reducing or you're not reducing the waste. And then you act. After knowing your hotspots, after measuring, okay, what do I need to do? Do I need to cut down? Do I need to do a smart menu planning? What are the things I need to do? And then you communicate with people. You cannot have all of this and keep it to yourself. You cannot drive change and keep it to yourself. So you must communicate with everyone, and I mean everyone in each waste from happening. So that's where the reduce part comes into place. And then you reuse this product. Don't be in the habit of throwing things. Look for ways that you can use food products. Throwing should be your last option. Then you recycle and then you recover. I have a friend who does this technology, right? I don't know how he does it, but he's so smart. And he does SOUQ aways for businesses. I really don't know how it works, but this SOUQ away uses food waste and it generates gas for cooking. So you end up not spending so much money on gas and you end up spending less money for waste disposal. Now, like, are you sure this works? But I've known him for quite a while now, and I know restaurants that have been using it for 2 years, 3 years, and that's one way of them helping the environment and also saving money. But so that you can actually, food waste is avoidable. It is avoidable. You just have to do the right thing and put your mind to it. Okay? Is the source of deliciousness. We've been in existence since 1909. Did you know that? So for those who don't know, some people just screamed, eh? We are an ancestor brand. Thank you very much. You see, this is what we know how to do the best. Bring deliciousness to homes, to your meal time. And this was the initiative of 2 Japanese persons. One is a scientist who discovered that glutamate was the ideal substance to make meals. And then the other one, an entrepreneur who has the money to start the business. So you see, idea, meeting, capital, and then the business is born. So this is how our Ajinomoto came to be. By the way, it's a Japanese brand, and Japan products are quality products. I re-emphasize, quality products. So we've been in Nigeria since 1991, and what are we doing? We are founded on the aspiration to contribute to well-being of the human being, well-being of the society, well-being of the planet through amino science. Amino science is the technology and the specialty of the Ajinomoto Group. The NAFDAC people here know us, we are registered. The SON people here know us, we have a man cap. So we are very regulated and very compliant. So what is Ajinomoto? My targets are here, the caterers are here, LSCDA, and my other catering group. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So these are my targets, and I know restaurant people are here who use it. The people used to say that all those big restaurants today use Ajinomoto, but they hide it. So I want to ask, what do you gain if you don't use Ajinomoto? And what do you gain if you don't use that cook? You still they hide them. Tell people the source of your deliciousness, because you understand that it is safe. It is made from sugar cane. It helps you to reduce salt in your food. People call it magionio, thinking because there may be salt. Not salt. It is a product that has glutamate, and glutamate is an essential amino acid which gives the taste of umami. Umami is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but delicious. And that is the 5th taste, in case you don't know. We don't have only 4 taste sensations now, we have 5. The taste of tomatoes is not sweet, not sour, not salty. Every speaker has talked about tomatoes now. It is a taste to make almost every meal. And so it is not sweet, not bitter, not sour, not salty, but it gives that umami taste. That's the 5th taste around the world, and it's not different to Nigeria. And that's the taste of our Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto is produced through a fermentation process of sugar-based sugarcane, beets, cassava, maize. So all of these are products through which Ajinomoto is made. And then it is made up of, our MSG is made up of simply sodium, glutamate, and water. This is it. And it contains 1/3 of the amount of sodium in table salt. So if you think your food is not delicious enough, you're just adding salt, you're adding to your hypertension. Yes, so why don't you use Ajinomoto? And it helps you to promote that deliciousness that you want in your meal. That's what we are talking about. So it is used around the world to bring out deliciousness. You are what you eat. All of us agree to that, right? It's consume that forms you. Some food experts will tell us to avoid this fast food, pastries, cakes. Don't eat this, don't eat that, don't eat. Reason. They tell you some of you it gives cholesterol. They just call a lot of hard names that will scare you. But once in a while, even in the pyramid of food, all these things are there. You take them, but maybe sparingly. Not that you don't take at all. So you are what you eat, and when we eat food, we don't eat to swallow those chunks. What we eat is to get nutrients from the food. Bringing one of that. So look out for it in the market. It is very beautiful for jollof spaghetti. One pack is 25 grams, and then you use it for 500 grams spaghetti. Just add 30 cl of water, and then mix it to get the sauce, and voila, deliciousness is all the way. And we love to get questions, we love to have feedbacks. Like the MC has said, a pack like this is going to be given to everyone here, and we hope that you will use it and continue to enjoy deliciousness.
And Grassy Global Foundation, we are presenting this award to the DG of NAFDA, Professor Sola Christiana Adeyomi. And she was one of those ones that bring premium importance of production, the quality aspect of it. And I'm happy that happened to be one of the first production supervisors that became an athlete manager and never stopped. So, on behalf of the organizer of the maiden edition of Restaurant Managers Conference, we are presenting this award of honor to Mrs. Bosse in recognition of her contribution to the growth and development of Nigerian restaurant managers. We have been out today, and we are happy that you say that Tati to be here to see this award. Restaurants, cafes, bars, and club association. You can see, I think from what we have had today, you can see that we are blessed to have her. And ever since she has been taking me up and down, Mr. Dada, we are having a cocktail looking. Can you come? We are having this one, can you come? Forget me the fact that I say Bodu, they want me to be Lama. But I have to squeeze my time to get there. So she has been very supportive. The chairperson and president of RCBC Association, appreciation of the professional leadership, selfless dedication, tireless effort, and outstanding.
I'm from UBA, so keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Esther Ashimi, keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Helen Otongwa. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Okoyemi Temiyemi. I am an entertainer. I am representing Egypt, as you can see. So keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Nenna Okavi. Keep watching watching SOUQ News.
My name is Tom Aldo. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Elizabeth from POS Services UBA. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Kelechi Agu. Keep watching SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, this POS matter, don't pass your call. Listen, go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, what really happen?
Maybe you fake alert the warriors.
Okay, so wanna listen, eh? If you dey do POS business, not expose your alerts.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that road where they worry for our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development where they work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse. We dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokrotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa, while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the Kingdom in the Sky. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present
come together in a remarkable dance. And it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Benden Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries, such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshi. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye.
I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that to be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scale through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products, they're going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax rated. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix and fix, the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that they are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and implementation then should be followed so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally, and the business will thrive going forward. Well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Oh, okay. I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower-income earners, because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted. So, which means that, and these products, they are products that are commonly, they are everybody really, but more of a masses low-income earner will know with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it, compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rates across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some product that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input VAT. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Eggs, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that work on this bill. Okay, thank you so much for that angle and the question. I want to say that Federal Inland Revenue Services, they are really trying. And I can tell you, there's no system that doesn't have its own challenge. For FRS, they are trying. And they are moving from those days of Alanok. Now we have tax promise. You can do your filing right from the comfort of your office. you don't need to visit their office except there is a challenge. Right? So they are doing well, but they are not yet at the best. So, and there is room for improvement. They are already deploying technology. So what they need to do is to scale up and up to the task. But currently, they are doing well. So they just need to improve. Well, it depends on the perspective you look at it. Is it shrinking? Yes, we have some companies that are no more within the soul of the Nigerian. So in that case, their taxes is no more coming to us. But again, look at other businesses that are springing forth. So definitely those are coming to the tax net. And then again, there are some companies that are not businesses that are not in tax net. So through the use of technologies by FRS, they're already bringing them to tax net. So the tax net is increasing. So the net effect of it, you can say, is increasing. Though we have some that are leaving the soul of Nigeria. So net effect of it, the tax net is increasing. Because we have people that businesses that are coming to Nigeria, and we have people that are businesses that are already in Nigeria, but they are not in tax net, but they are already bringing them to tax net. So it's like they are looking at perspective of increasing the threshold from 25 million to 50 million, as the case may be. Yeah. So are they saying that government should also still be taxing 25 million threshold? So we should applaud the bill that give opportunity for businesses that their threshold is less than 50 million, as the case may be. So, but from that angle, if you are looking at it that the business is shrinking, I don't see from that angle. I see from the angle of if the business is doing well and you are not to pay tax, right, then your business is becoming robust, then you exceed the 50 million threshold. Then you also come back to the tax to be paid. So it's a way of giving boost to the business. And by the time the business is doing well beyond that threshold, then they'll be able to give back to the society. So it's a win-win situation. It's like giving a kind of relief to a business for them to thrive. And when they become better, doing well, then it's an encouragement to business, which they will also come to the net after that. So it's a good one. The chairman of the year.
The chairman.
SOUQ.
Yes. How would you assess his performance so far?
Yeah, I think Mr. SOUQ is a reformer. Yes. Looking at the step he has taken after assuming the office, and I also see that he's somebody that is listening. He has a close relationship with the former chairman of FRS. Probably he has learned some of things from him, challenges that he faced when he was there. So I think he's helping the current chairman. And if you look at the revenue they are getting, they are meeting up with the target. And at the same time, if you look at the staff, I don't see much of issues, challenges within them. So those are the indices that you can look at from the performance of a leader. Look at the staff that is leading. Look at the target, the businesses also, are they failing? So I think he's doing well, but he can do better.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian or Mosunde Lawson.
It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news.
You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by SOUQ to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner. And later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately, he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women weren't not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, you know. And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well. And she's still
your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. You know, she studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's now curator today. They have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory, yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife. Went to the Nigerian Law School. I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then, filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law, and there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria. So they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. That doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has the advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, If you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, SOUQ schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs of from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. You know, it's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important, that decisions won't necessarily be binding on us. But at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Osun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Osun State, we had quite a number of youths who were unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in states. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Well, the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian Omosunde Lawson. It's Ife Rita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news, first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. Federal government unveils £746 million UK financing deal to modernize Nigeria's seaport, boosting maritime gateways and global competitiveness. Nelfund disperses over 206 billion naira in student loans to 1.16 million students across 270 tertiary institutions within 23 months of launch. United States considers cutting HIV health aid to Zambia to gain greater access to mineral resources, according to policy memo. Hundreds of jobs to be created across United Kingdom as Nigerian banks, fintechs, and creative firms expand operations, boosting Nigeria-UK commercial ties. And in sport news, CAF awards 2025 Africa Cup of Nations title to Morocco after appeal board rules Senegal forfeited final following Moroccan protest. More details after this. Nigeria has secured the Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, has unveiled a £746 million financing agreement with the United Kingdom to modernize Nigeria's seaport infrastructure and boost global competitiveness. Now, the deal is seen as a major step towards improving efficiency and capacity, according to a statement by Special Advisor Bolaji Akinola. Now, the arrangement backed by UK Export Finance will fund upgrades at the Lagos Port Complex, Apapa, and the Tinkan Island Port Complex in Lagos. Now, the project is expected to transform key maritime gateways, enhance trade operations, attract investment, and reposition Nigeria's port to compete effectively in the global shipping and logistics market. Kayode Okwefor, Managing Director of the Nigerian Railway Corporation, announced the full restoration of train service of the Abuja-Kaduna route following a disruption earlier this week. The interruption occurred on Monday, 16th of March 2026, but normal operations have resumed after swift intervention by the corporation. Passengers are now able to confidently book tickets as enhanced safety and operational measures have been implemented. The improvements are aimed at ensuring secure, reliable, and comfortable journeys for commuters traveling along the route. The corporation emphasized its commitment to maintaining consistent service standards, preventing future disruptions, and supporting growing demand of safe rail transportations across the country. Despite being Africa's largest crude producer, Nigeria imported crude oil worth 5.734 trillion naira from December 2025 as domestic refineries struggled with persistent feedstock shortages. Now, the development highlights a growing supply paradox within the country's oil sector. Data shows Nigeria produced 530.4 million barrels of crude, generated at about 55.5 trillion naira in revenue within the same period. However, the inability to supply sufficient crude to local refineries point to structural gaps between upstream production and downstream utilization. The situation underscores ongoing challenges in aligning production with domestic refinery needs, raising concerns about energy security, efficiency, and effectiveness of policies aimed at strengthening local refining capacity. Now, the Nigerian Education Loan Fund, NELFund, has spent more than 206 billion naira in student loans across 270 tertiary institutions nationwide, the agency has said. Now, since its launch by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, NELFund has processed 1,751,669 applications, with 1,164,222 students successfully benefiting from the scheme. And the agency added the disbursements were made within 23 months of the program rollout, reflecting the government's push to expand access to tertiary education and support students financially across Nigeria. The federal government, through the Federation Account Allocation Committee, FAAC, has discontinued the long-standing 7% cost of collection deduction previously retained by the Nigerian Customs Service, NCS, from the Federation account revenues. An analysis of the FAAC report for February 2026, which captured revenue generated in January, showed that the Customs Service no longer receives the 7% deduction from the Federation's earnings. The move effectively removes the agency from direct allocations tied to revenue collection, marking a significant shift in Nigeria's fiscal management framework. The policy change is expected to enhance transparency and centralize revenue distribution as the government continues efforts to strengthen accountability and improve the efficiency of public finance administration. The federal government has said Nigeria's tax reform program will be judged not only by revenue generation, but by how fairly it distributes opportunities across society. Taiwo Yedele made this known while outlining the broader objectives of the ongoing reforms, speaking at the launch of the Purple Book, a policy guide focused on gender equality and inclusion. Oyedele stressed the need for a system that supports fairness and economic participation. He noted that the reforms are designed to create a more balanced framework that benefits all segments of society, particularly underserved groups. Now, the initiative reflects the government's commitment to inclusive growth, ensuring that fiscal policies drive not just increased revenue, but also social equity, sustainable development nationwide. Still to come in the news, visitors to Japan in February rose 6.4% year-on-year, reaching a new monthly record of 3.46 million. This is World News on SOUQ News Television. We'll be right back after this break.
Hello Lagos, make we yarn. Wait, wetin really happen?
Maybe you fake a lot the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbuefi. They don't walk Glava Road where they warriors for down our local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what? Development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbuefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go reach 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
Many thanks for staying with us. The United States is reportedly considering reducing critical HIV and support to Zambia to secure greater access to the country's mineral resources, according to a policy memo obtained by sources. About 1.3 million Zambians rely on U.S.-funded treatment programs for HIV and related health services, raising concerns about the potential impact on public health if aid is reduced. Now, Zambia has resisted aspects of the proposed deal over data sharing and sovereignty concerns, highlighting growing competition between the U.S. and China for control over Africa's strategic minerals. India plans to require clean energy firms to use only domestically produced solar ingots and wafers starting June 2028, the Renewable Energy Ministry said on Wednesday. Now, the move aims to reduce reliance on Chinese imports and boost the country's local manufacturing capacity in the solar sector. Officials say the policy will cover the entire solar panel production chain, ensuring that all key components are sourced within India, supporting job creation and the growth of domestic clean energy. We'll go on a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit, suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from
Welcome back. China on Wednesday offered Taiwan assurances of energy stability if the island agreed to Beijing's rule, part of a wider campaign to convince Taipei of the benefits of reunification, which has consistently rejected. The move comes amid global concern over energy security as Middle East war and closure of shipping lanes through the Strait of Hormuz disrupt oil and gas supplies to the international market. Observers say China is using energy incentives to strengthen its geopolitical influence, while Taiwan seeks alternative sources to safeguard its power and fuel needs amid mounting regional tensions. Visitors to Japan in February rose 6.4% year-on-year, reaching a new monthly record of 3.46 million, government data showed on Wednesday. The increase came despite a 45% drop in arrivals from China as diplomatic tensions between the two countries continue to affect travel. Tourism officials said strong inflows from other regions helped offset the decline, highlighting Japan's growing appeal as a destination and resilience of its tourism sector amid regional challenges. Iran's position against developing nuclear weapons is unlikely to shift. Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi told newsmen on Wednesday, noting that the supreme leader has not yet publicly stated his stance. The remark comes following the death of former supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei early in the U.S.-Israel conflict, who had opposed weapons of mass destruction and fatwa issued the earlier 2000s. Analysts say Araghchi comments aiming to reassure the international community that Iran's long-standing nuclear policy remains intact, even as regional tensions and military confrontations escalate. Now, the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, will visit Australia next week to meet Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, with both sides expected to advance negotiations on a free trade agreement. The visit follows renewed momentum after previous talks collapsed in 2023, primarily over disagreements on the size of meat import quotas into the European Union. Officials from both the EU and Australia have signaled progress, aiming to resolve long-standing trade barriers and strengthen economic cooperation. The agreement, if concluded, would open new opportunities for export, enhance market access, and deepen bilateral ties between the two regions. Still to come in the news, the European Union will welcome Britain back to its single market, French Foreign Minister Jean-Noël Barrot said on Tuesday. We'll bring you more of this after this break.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian Omosunde Lawson. It's Ife Yonwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Many thanks for staying with us on the World News. Hundreds of jobs are said to be created across the United Kingdom as Nigerian banks, fintechs, innovators, and creative companies scale up operations, reflecting a surge in Nigeria-UK commercial ties. The expansion is expected to bring millions of pounds in investment, strengthen business networks, and boost employment opportunities in key sectors, including finance, technology, and creative industries. Bilateral trade between Nigeria and the United Kingdom has reached a record £8.1 billion annually, supported by UK-Nigeria Enhanced Trade and Investment Partnership, ETIP, and complementary UK government strategies, encouraging cross-border investment. Crude oil prices hovered around $100 per barrel on Tuesday as Donald Trump and NATO allies disagreed over efforts to keep the Strait of Hormuz open for oil shipment, the vital waterway through which roughly 20% of global oil transit has become a focal point amid rising Middle East tension. Trump said most NATO allies informed the United States they do not wish to participate in its military operation in Iran, calling their reluctance a very mistake. The comments underscored divisions among Western powers over managing regional security and protecting global energy flows. Market analysts noted that disputes continues to inject volatility into oil futures, with investors closely monitoring geopolitical developments in the Gulf region. The European Union would welcome Britain back into a single market, French Minister Jean-Noël Barrot said on Tuesday, signaling openness to the closer economic ties. Barrot made the remarks in Berlin alongside Germany's foreign minister following British Finance Minister Raquel Reeves' statement that the United Kingdom is willing to align with many EU business rules to boost growth. Observers note the comments reflect a possible reset in EU-UK relations, emphasizing cooperation and economic integration, despite political and trade tensions since Brexit. United Kingdom and Ukraine have agreed to collaborate on exporting drone technology following talks during a visit by Volodymyr Zelensky aimed at strengthening support for Kyiv. The agreement comes as rising oil prices linked to Iran conflict provide economic relief for Russia, prompting renewed efforts by European leaders to maintain focus on Ukraine. Officials are seeking to ensure continued backing despite shifting global attention to the Middle East crisis. Mark Ruge joins the discussion with talks covering drone systems, emerging defense technologies, and broader Euro-Atlantic security cooperation. Now, dairy farmers across the United Kingdom are facing mounting losses as milk prices fall sharply due to a sharp supply glut, threatening the viability of the sector. Farmers likely to see the situation and say they expect to record losses this year, maintaining large herds. Now, the downturn has made milk production increasingly unprofitable, forcing many farmers to reconsider their operations. Industry figures warn that sustained low prices could push more producers out of business, deepening the crisis in the agricultural sector. Now, according to the Agriculture and Horticultural Development Board, the number of dairy farmers in Britain has dropped by 20% since 2019, roughly to 7,000, highlighting a growing exodus from the industry. And in sport news, the Confederation of African Football has awarded 2025 Africa Cup of Nations title to Morocco after its appeal board ruled that Senegal forfeited the tournament final. The decision followed a successful protest by the Fédération Royale Marocaine de Football, with the CAF appeal board declaring that Senegal forfeited final match, awarding a 3-0 victory to Morocco. The ruling effectively overturns the on-field outcome of the highly contested fixture. CAF said the decision is final and binding, reinforcing disciplinary framework, while the outcome is expected to spark reactions across African football over the circumstances surrounding the forfeiture. Still in sport news, Eric Chell has dropped high-profile stars including Victor Osimhen and first-choice goalkeeper Stanley Wabali from Nigeria's 23-man squad for upcoming international friendlies. The Nigeria Football Federation confirmed the selections on Wednesday, highlighting a blend of experienced internationals and new faces. Team captain Wilfred Ndidi returns to anchor the midfield alongside Alex Iwobi, while former African Football of the Year Ademola Lookman is expected to lead the attack in Osimhen's absence. Chelsea described the squad as a strategic mix aimed at testing fresh talent and maintaining competitiveness standards, signaling a potential shift in approach for Nigeria's international fixtures. And that's a wrap on the news. But before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. The federal government unveils a $746 million UK financing deal to modernize Nigeria's seaport, boosting maritime gateways and global competitiveness. NELFund disburses over 206 billion naira in student loans to 1.16 million students across 270 tertiary institutions within 23 months of launch. United States considers cutting HIV health aid to Zambia to gain access to mineral resources, according to policy memo. Hundreds of jobs to be created across United Kingdom as Nigeria banks, fintechs and creative firms expand operations, boosting Nigeria-UK commercial ties. And in sport news, CAF awards 2025 Africa Cup of Nations title to Morocco after appeal board rules Senegal forfeited final following Moroccan protest. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shoko. Stay tuned to SOUQ News.
My name is Becky Elijah. I'm from UBA, so keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Esther Ashimi, keep watching SOUQ News.
Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Helen Otongwa. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Okayemi Temiyemi. I am an entertainer. I am representing Egypt, as you can see. So keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Nenna Okavi. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Tom Aldo. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Elizabeth from POS Services UBA. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hi, my name is Kelechi Agu. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Well, you already know my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street, Balinde. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse. Mama Nurse, that's what So I was born in that little place, and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Louis Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross, for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with scholars bus, which was virtually provided for free. When scholars bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalende, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that Dele is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends, okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were our brothers' keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. There was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpopo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji, Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji. I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay? So those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers. And a lot of the time, I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published. And I liked it. Okay? You open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Amojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Amojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, you know, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, you know. They would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you're not doing medicine. You want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said, yes, this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University. I studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at J.K. Randall Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happened during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Golabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with the Lagos Weekend, then went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew and grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times. You know. So that was my life. From linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akiodusi left AdMark, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Linters, Grant Advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann. Got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, look, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no. He just wants to talk to you. So I picked up, he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board, and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time, but I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, at the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me anyway? To cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago. But I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged. I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you want to call up colleagues from other papers. We all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do. So, newspaper was great, and it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good, and there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So you were picking up things that were odd. People didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing it. A lot of the time you could never get across. Okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out. You could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then, of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now, with the new stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether. And everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, you know? So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, you know, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, we're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content. You go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media, and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube. You go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map, and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app, and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, you know. Remember this commercial, you know, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bank? I said, I want to lay down here because I know before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, you know. So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank who will come into the bank and get properly served, who will come into the bank and feel like human, who will come into the bank feeling important because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay? So that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits, okay? But at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so high. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, you know, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. You know, I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. You know, for both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So there'll be some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. You know. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And suddenly, banks started, employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system and we are still going. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking it, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we run it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN group? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you were running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them. And you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. What I mean, look at the changing of our redesign, what they call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. So today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay. Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should. I mean, we all know simple economics. You don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your oil maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we found ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. we need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. And he will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being with no sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go around Obalende, Goshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street, off Iboshere, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up to where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to, to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and the environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igbo-Shere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, I mean, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, you know? Even when his dress is khaki and khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long tie, up till a point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no. Let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, you know. But these days, I have just acquired that fashion taste, you know, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with. And I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think, number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, I mean, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. They too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. He doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money. They're all over the place. They abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. They took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern, young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. they can wear, you know, I mean, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what their children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, you know, things they don't use the belt, the trouser would just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, I mean, we want them to express themselves, but within control. So, wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, you know, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. I mean, to talk to your children. No, we should never be scared to talk to them because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So, what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, I mean, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. You know, they're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is, you know, there is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right. Because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know you, I mean, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps, and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. No, don't spoil the children. You know, give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. You know, I mean, in those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. You know, families are growing, society is expanding, you know, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course, I walk. You know, there's this thing that keeps on saying, I mean, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day, okay, and then of course, I'm an avid fan of football up to today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier, Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay. Hot colors frighten me. Okay. And if you have to do it, just make it minimal. When I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want the kind of shirt you want to wear to match the color of the tie you want to use, to match the color of your suit, so it doesn't run riot. So it's extremely important. And I say to my friends, just Google it. What color matches this and what color matches that, so you don't become like a Christmas tree on the road. That was the third one, food. I grew up enjoying my eba and amala. Growing up from Obalinde, okay? So I do my eba, I do my amala. Rice, occasionally. But then these days, from age 70 upwards, the doctors are screaming, watch what you eat, what the quantity you eat. So my wife draws up a weekly timetable. Monday is this, Tuesday is that, Wednesday is that, and she manages to mix up a slightly heavy one and a slightly lighter one so that you have a good mix. With age, you cut down on a lot of things. Cut down on your booze, cut down on your champagne, you cut down on your wine, you cut down on your salt. In fact, it's like they're punishing us. But then they say that is the way to go, to be able to at least live longer and enjoy more of life.
My name is Yinka Babalola.
My name is Ijoma Pelokoro.
My name is Joshua Hassan.
I am Rotarian Omosunde Lawson. It's Ife Yunwarita Ejeze. My friends call me Ife.
My name is Rotarian Lola Dare. I'm inviting you to keep watching SOUQ News. It's the right station to tune to.
I like SOUQ News. SOUQ News is good.
I want to charge you all to listen to SOUQ News, watch the news. You can have unlimited news first time.
Find SOUQ News. Be with SOUQ News. Never switch off. You are better for it. SOUQ News is the real thing.
Listen to their coverage and you'll be glad you did.
Turn to your YouTube, turn to your Instagram, turn to all your digital channels and look for SOUQ News.
Keep watching.
Keep watching.
Please, guys, keep watching
SOUQ News.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
African languages can be the means of attaining true independence and decolonization. In fact, language is the vehicle with which culture is rightly or wrongly expressed. Culture is deeply implanted in the language of a people, but the slave trade has tarnished and demeaned the essence of our culture, language, arts, and values. African languages are catalysts for the consolidation of the African cultural heritage. Developing the various cultural heritage associated with these languages that are currently scattered around Africa is important. Less than 20% of African languages have written forms, thereby making their learning practically impossible. To redirect African languages from disuse and extinction, more enlightenment campaigns should be vigorously pursued by the various governments of Africa on the potentials and benefits of various cultural heritages in various indigenous languages. It is compulsory to promote teaching and learning of indigenous languages and replacement of foreign languages that currently serve as official languages. People gain the ability and authority to make informed decisions and implement change in their own lives and the lives of other people. It is a means of encouraging youth to do great things for themselves and also to make great impact on the people. The empowerment of youths in the 21st century in Africa ensures a lot of good for the continent in curbing poverty eradication. This is because youth empowerment can curb the rate of poverty to a large level. When a youth is equipped with essential skills, he or she can utilize them to feed or assist others and even invest for future use, aiding the nation economically. The creative industry economy or the cultural industries could be used to empower African youths in this century where everything had gone digital. These industries have a big role to play in the development of African youths of this generation. The empowerment of youths in Africa can therefore be achieved through training, loans and grants, equipment and productive environment, and tapping into culture and creative arts as tools. The new media can also be used to increase the popularity of Africa's creative economy. Social media has become a space of cross-pollinating cultural knowledge that sustained Africa in the past, hence providing a versatile space that has placed the contemporary African art forms at the center of transformative possibilities. Content creators should reproduce traditional cultural songs to reimagine alternative Africa different from the one shaped by colonial history and patriarchy. TikTok, for instance, has become a space mediating the visibility of marginalized voices within reproduced literary pieces. We must also not lose sight of the African Union Agenda 2063, which envisions an Africa with a strong cultural identity, common heritage, values and ethics, as well as integrated continent, both politically united, based on the ideals of Pan-Africanism and the vision of Africa's Renaissance. To put it best, true independence devoid of reliance on powers that are external to this continent is one of the many visions of the African Union. Literature, precisely. Drama as a genre can assist the realization of these visions. African nations should be encouraged to make concrete pronouncements on the need to use the various indigenous languages for official purpose. In addition, governments at the various levels in Africa should set aside funds that can be used for research purposes by educational and cultural institutions within the African continent. With this research, more of this cultural heritage will be developed. We should also shift attention to exploring the possibilities of utilizing creative and cultural industries as tools of African youth's empowerment in the 21st century. The choice of the youth is premised on the statistical fact that the youth form the bulk of Africa's active population, who disturbingly are largely unemployed and could be misdirected to participate in violent conflict. The youth can be aggregated as a period of human development which occurs between childhood and adulthood. Adopting the creative industry as empowerment, the onus is for policy implementation experts, non-governmental organizations, governmental agencies and regional and continental bodies to reference academic resources to policies that will frog-lift African cultural endowments to global reckoning. For a revival and for the Africa we want on Agenda 2063 to be realized, relevant mental conditioning, taking responsibility of actions, the development of brilliant insights, and anchoring a psychology of winning are essential. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetona Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetona Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetona's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Eriko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land, taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetona maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu-Ode each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured, and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Hello, Lagos. Make we yarn.
Hello, boy, if this POS matter, don't pass your code. Person go swipe, alert no enter. Before you know it, jump.
Wait, wetin really happen?
Then they use fake alert, the warriors.
Okay, so Mona, listen, if you dey do POS business, no expose your alert.
Hello, Ogbefi. They don't walk that road where they worry for that local government for years.
This one sweet me, I no lie you. Because you know what, development with the work, it deserve loudspeaker. Now why we dey here be that? For here, we know the abuse, we dey bring solution. My name, it is Ikechukwu Oyemike, aka Ogbefi Ishegwari.
Make we yarn every weekday from 10 a.m. go to 12 o'clock on Top the Eye 95.9 FM.
2 widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: Japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Daron Acemoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best-trained professionals are developing other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. Even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped. Nigerians abroad crave products from home, be it fashion, food, film, or fine art. But to meet this demand, Nigeria needs a deliberate strategy to engage the diaspora. This means more than just ceremonial congratulations. It demands structured collaboration, policy coordination, and economic diplomacy. NIDCOM and the policy disconnect. The Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, under the leadership of Abike Dabiri Erowa, has raised visibility on diaspora issues. However, its current focus remains largely reactive, centered around crises like human trafficking and consular support. For real impact, NIDCOM must collaborate with economic ministries, coordinate with trade and industry stakeholders, and act as a bridge between diaspora investors and local entrepreneurs. Beyond economics, political and institutional engagement. Nigeria must not reduce its diaspora to economic figures alone. They are citizens with a stake in the country's political future. That's why remote voting rights must be instituted, allowing diasporans to participate in national elections. Moreover, complaints about Nigerian embassies and high commissions, especially in the US and UK, must be addressed. Diasporans often face challenges with basic services like passport renewal, which leaves them feeling alienated and abandoned. This must change. The Nigerian diaspora is not a burden, it is a blessing. A sleeping economic giant that, if properly engaged, could help rewrite Nigeria's growth story. From remittances and trade to skills transfer and global influence, the diaspora is a strategic asset and not a national loss. What Nigeria needs is bold policy reform and a new mindset, one that sees migration not as failure, but as a force for economic revival. Japa may signal escape, but with the right vision, it can also spark renewal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1-hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency. And we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do them. We do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries,